Okay. Well, hello everyone, and I'm the End, also known as Shin, and I'll be running CS2, 80% normal no turbo.
I'll go next, I guess. I'm Megaslayer321A. I also run any percent, but I run with turbo.
And I'm Acrid, and I do the same. I also run any percent turbo.
Okay, so I guess we'll get started right away since we don't really have much time. Anyway, 3, 2, 1, and let's go. And yeah, we don't transfer the save just like the other games. So yeah, I'm gonna just tell this in advance that this is like the graveyard shift for me, so I might not talk much or be like a zombie, like in the middle or at the end of the run, so yeah, just so you know.
We'll probably be able to cover enough.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna, since Champion Beef has been giving Reen so much crap about how he uses his robot for everything, I'm gonna do my best to give Reen a bit of love. And I'll start with Reen. I'll start with this. Reen will be the lowest leveled character throughout the entire game.
Yeah, that's actually really relevant. You'll see. You'll see in a while. It's hard to explain right now. Anyway, this game starts right where CS1 lifts off. And you just
2
saw the
months
end.
after.
Well, technically, yeah. It's kind of a weird time skip because with very few things and a lot of things happen.
No idea. Reen
And
just
we
wants to have a
counter
flashback.
backup.
Yeah, the no turbo slowness.
Yep. So yeah, we start off going through pretty much the same couple of tutorials that we went through at the beginning of Cold Steel 1. We learn about our orbs. We learn how to fight. We learn about the map.
Fortune skill.
And yeah, we
We've
do
got to
no
remember
turbo
everything
strat.
Sarah taught us.
Well, looks like we're starting with the first line already, and a miss. How unusual.
Oh, classic. This actually happens a lot. Well, not a lot, but it happens more often than in CS1 and CS2. They nerf physical attacks by adding misses to everything. It doesn't really matter in the run because we have S-Rakes at the start, so we kinda just S-Rake stuff. You'll see in a bit, but it's still annoying in prologue.
Yeah, for some reason they nerfed the accuracy in CS2 quite a lot, especially for Reen, since he just likes to miss like everything.
And yeah, it is quite frustrating in the beginning of the game when all you've got is rain.
Prologue is kind of the hardest part of the run, at least in my opinion, because you only have Reen.
Doing a good prologue is hard, but prologue by itself isn't that hard.
I don't know, Earth Team 2 can be hard. Well, I guess you can just take it. You can just take it easily, I guess.
I suppose that's true. I mean, when I think of prologue, because more often than not, my prologue resets are on Orpheum 1, getting a 50% HP heal.
Oh, 2 burns, that's pretty nice.
Oh no, Reen's gonna counter and kills it.
No.
I was expecting not the kill. Also, yeah, the camera's a bit different when you do this.
Hey, oh. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I need to go to the right instead of the left.
Oh, right, yeah. See, I'm the odd one. When I play turbo, I still go for the advantages. Whereas you guys both run into the enemy.
Oh yeah,
I don't know
and
if
yeah.
advantages are actually faster in turbo.
I don't think they are. I think it just averages out to being very close to the same.
So this is the S-Break tutorial, but we use double gale and hope to not miss.
You're supposed to use the S-Break, but if you just double gale instead, you keep your craft points for the boss fight.
Oh, Survivor.
You see that he has 73 craft points right now? That's pretty useful, because Orpheum 1 can be real annoying.
Also, yeah, Celine does have collision actually. on the field.
Yes, yes, she does.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, you can actually kind of get bumped into her and get like ambushed sometimes.
Yeah, on that.
That sounds terrible.
When I'm running away from that first monster on turbo, so I can come back and get the advantage attack, I tend to run into Celine like all the time.
Oh no. Oh no. Anyway, we're going into the first boss fight of the game. And something to note that's very different from CS1 is that since it is CS2, we
I
have
didn't have to dodge the bug.
we have a level 43 Rin instead of just a level 1 Rin. And what that means is that he actually has like an S break and he has skills and stuff. So this run is very different from CS1 in the sense that in CS1 when you start and up to like chapter 5, you have very little resources. In this game we just come straight out of the door with S breaks and items and skills and everything. So we can do a lot more stuff and it's more consistent at least at the start.
At least that 50% HP heal was right at the start, so even if the enemy got it, it wasn't that painful.
Yeah, I guess. Oh come on.
Alright, so here's the first enemy that Rin's facing that's about 10 times bigger than him. He's not using a mech for, so that's one.
The marathon luck is happening.
You don't need to actually kill this guy, you just need to get him to, I think, 16k HP.
It's around 30%.
Yeah, it's a lot more manageable than it actually looks like. It's still dangerous, like you normally do need at least one heal. But it's not as bad as if you actually had to kill him.
Oh, I got a counter. Too bad that's still not enough to get the crit S break.
Yeah.
Actually,
If
maybe
you
nowadays.
get lucky and get another counter.
I got a double turn somehow.
Oh, well, even
Sure.
better.
Oh! He's gaming.
We got a gamer over here.
Not an actual gamer. I didn't get the burn, but yeah.
Isn't the burn like 1-2%?
It is. I'm not taking risks with this. Maybe I'm like two hits off instead of one. And dying on turbo is
healing is definitely a play, yeah.
more of a bit time loss. Okay, I was actually one attack off. Oh well.
Always feels bad. Like, so many times I've healed, and it's just you only have to hit him one more time.
There's an answer to that news bit, but it's in the run.
Rin doesn't feel
Anyway,
like
because
becoming the Demon Prince Rin right now.
Because of plot reasons.
Goddamn, Tokyo Shanado with spoilers, Shin.
It's not spoilers, that it doesn't spoil anything. It's a spin-off story, which is super great,
Bro,
man.
it's a book, that's a spoiler, it's lore. Anyway, the first part of prologue is done. Prologue is split up in two parts. First is Asangar range, and then you have Immir Valley, which is where we're gonna head off after we do a bit of plot.
After we get the first bath scene. That's right, the first.
Thanks, Japan.
Yeah, it's not an anime game if it doesn't have any bath or hot spring scenes.
Does CS1 have hot spring scenes? They never get to Immir.
We have a swimming pool scene.
Yeah, that's the swimming pool. Which we get to see again in Cold Steel 2 if you do the max AP route, but not in the any percent route.
Yeah, max AP route does exist for this game, even on Nightmare.
Did you swim in Turbo, Mech Slayer?
No, no, I do not. I did that one. I did that once by accident and failed, and they're like, why did I? Oh crap! I didn't take my turbo button off.
If you can actually win the race with turbo on swimming, then you're an actual gamer.
I'm gonna have to practice it just to spy its Shin.
Yeah.
I might do it. I don't think it would be that hard to do it on turbo because it's
If you
really
get
just
used
a
to the
rhythm
timing,
game.
it's probably okay.
Yeah, it's just a rhythm game, not like fishing where it's a mash game. And if you fishing on
Oh.
turbo is just not possible.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Unless
fishing
you
on
have a
turbo
turbo
is so
controller.
terrible.
I mean, it's fine to use your boat until you get to know the mark that you can catch the fish, but afterwards, nope. This is on PC. It will always be on PC.
Yes, I would also like to inflame and fan and whatever other words we can use to make flames bigger. The waifu wars. Go nuts. Make shuttle ban you. Don't make shuttle ban you.
There were already waifu wars during CS1 run. I guess it's start a new one here.
There's no choice in this game, sorry chat.
Yeah,
We don't actually get a dance or anything.
Not if we want to go fast.
feels good, man. Also, Acrid's
We
favorite girl here. The best
Yeah,
girl.
Shin
the
was
best
actually a play. If he actually was a good streamer, he could be doing the Gaius one event very hard, and then picking Gaius. But he isn't, unfortunately.
No. Dude, it takes too long to do these.
Yeah,
Alright, well-
it can't be too long if you get to spend a night with Gaius.
We're almost at the end of one of the few talk to everybody scenes in this game. Fortunately, there are quite a few less of these in Cold Steel 2 than there were in Cold Steel 1. And we do have this routed out so that it is as quick as we can make it.
It's still too slow. There's too much lore in this game, to be honest. I think it's less lore than in CS1 actually. There's more fights in the run.
Yeah, this game has a lot of like trash fights that are forced onto you.
It's usually okay. It makes for fun strats sometimes.
Yeah, for the speedrun, it's quite fun.
Like, what order of S-Craft should I use?
Well,
Good
there
optimization.
wide variety, man. Actually. Oh, we got through majority of the tutorials by now, somewhat.
Yeah, we're getting back to actual gameplay. Right here, there's gonna be another tutorial fight.
All three of us do this menu at a different spot.
Where do you do it then? Actually,
I do it as soon as we gain control of Breen after the bath scene.
Oh, I see.
Anyway, this fight can be a bit annoying because you want as many enemies to be lined up as possible.
Yeah,
to
if
get
we're
lined.
lucky, everything is auto and we just have to mash X while we select, or whatever your select button is.
Yeah, that seems good.
And if we're lucky, Toba will also kill the enemies.
Yeah. That's pretty good.
Which we got lucky.
So we mentioned earlier the Earth Team 2 Saskari fight. This is the boss fight that's coming up here. This is Immir Valley right now. And it's better to explain it once we're actually there, but it has a bit of an RNG element to it.
Yes, Orpheum 2 has gone through a bit of redevelopment about a month or two ago.
I take no responsibility.
Yeah, we were sort of just joking about making some changes to make it faster. Acrid just say, Shin, no, do not do this. Do not make me do this.
Acrid ruined prologue.
It's all Shin's fault, bro.
No, it's yours. It was my idea to do
refuse
the
this.
links, and Acrid actually thought about something
I did
else.
the
in the
links and I made it even faster.
Oh yeah, the strat is so much faster. Whoops.
It's like
But
10
it's
seconds on
so
turbo,
much easier
slowly
to
like
go
30
wrong.
on no turbo.
Okay, first try.
Yeah, this guy's a pain to get around.
It always looks that you can get through him, and then he just turns around and hits you.
Yeah, they detect you quite earlier than they can actually see you.
And unfortunately, in this game, that strat that was in Code Steel 1, where you swap from one character to the next to get rid of aggro, doesn't exist.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
unfortunate
kind
kinda, but you actually have to pay attention now when you're running on the field.
An ambush
So who-
right now isn't too bad, but later on most enemies end up getting death blow, so you just die in one hit.
So who
So
would like
getting
to
death blow-
explain this?
I'll do it since I made the strat.
Fair enough.
Essentially, we're gonna double buff with Rin, and then your Esprits do enough damage that you can basically take like half his HP. But that's
We also-
kind of a double-edged sword because you need 200 CPS breaks, and Rin is buffing up. So you need to recover Rin's CP that he's using to buff up using link attacks, which is RNG. And then you need to pray that you've done enough damage to actually get him to half HP, so that he actually dies.
There's- Yeah, this fight has 2 HP gates. I think if it gets under 32k HP, I think it is, he will heal, and to be able to kill him with S-crafts, you need to get him under 28k HP. I think those are the numbers.
I don't actually know the exact numbers, like half health and a bit more than half, and then 1/3. He heals on both of those.
Don't kill allies
That's
now.
fine. Escape.
Okay,
burst down.
it's fine.
This looks like an okay commander. Surely all together.
Yeah, this should
Yeah,
be
it's
fine.
it's a very good commander.
Also, an important thing to note about Turbo is since his S-craft is based off of magic damage, not physical damage, it doesn't matter if he loses the buff.
For safety, I'm gonna attack with Tobal.
Yeah, I will just do another green attack. Oh, okay. Never mind.
And yeah, we did the Magic Knight without him even getting the chance to heal.
Ooh.
Very nice. That's definitely the scariest part, at least. No, not at the first hour. At the first
This strat works like 99% of the time.
Except that 1% is more like 20.
Yeah. Well, kinda. I guess you could say 90 or 85, but yeah. The odds are pretty high.
Yeah,
But-
more often than not it works, but
Anyway, we're starting the first mech fight of this game. Oh, my stream buffered. Oh, never mind.
And I take the wrong
Uh,
part, and I still get
Mech
unbalanced.
fights work the same like they do in CS1. You essentially get 3 parts. Did you ever get 4? I don't think you get 4 parts to punch ever. You get 3 parts and you have to choose which one you attack. And
Yeah,
there's
no,
some
I can't
parts
think
that
of
are good
anything
to
that's got
attack and some parts that are bad to attack. In this fight we're actually attacking a part that is bad to attack on purpose at first because of how the HP works out. It allows us to skip one unbalance, and now it's attacking the parts that are good to attack. And in this fight, that actually guarantees you the unbalance. There's some fights later on where the best you can do is 75% of balance, but yeah, it's usually fine. You just average this out really quickly.
this fight is pretty much scripted.
Yep.
Yeah, it's pretty much it.
Early mech fights are actually scripted.
The last main fight is also scripted.
It is.
Oh yeah, that's true.
And it took me a lot longer to realize just how the final mech fight is scripted than it should have. Body, head, arms. Body, head, arms. What do I hit?
It's actually hard to keep count. Anyway, since we're actually done with prologue, I guess it's a good time to say how the game is structured, because the game is also pretty much every part works the same way. Yeah, you have a boss and then you have a mech fight.
Yeah.
So this is the mech fight of this part, and then the power system. We just
The
have to
game
run
is
back to the
basically split up into the prologue, the first chapter, which is split into 3 acts, Intermission, then the second chapter, which is also split up into 3 acts, then the divestments, which we get to go back to Crossbell for a bit, and then the epilogue. And the epilogue and the the epilogue and the divestments are the only ones that don't have a mech fight at the end.
Yeah,
Oh.
I mean technically 2-3 has the mech fight like in the middle, but it still has a mech fight.
That's true. Yeah.
And here Shin's actually gonna make a small detour to get the Seran capsule, because the scariest fight in the game by far is actually coming up in Act 1. In Act 1 2 actually. Where I don't really want to say what fight it is because we're not quite there yet. But it's early enough that making this detour early on is going to be really helpful for us.
Yeah, this game really doesn't like you giving free Zerum powers and capsules compared to like CS1 where you got a bunch of them.
Or second chapter. For the Sky games.
Yeah.
Oh, and for anyone who's wondering, we also have a food addiction in this game. It's not very good food, though.
Yeah.
It's the complete opposite as in CS1. Anyway, we got the edgy cutscene here, where Ring goes all demon mode, demon priest mode, as Shane calls it.
Demon Prince Ring going ham.
And then after that prologue we land, and we get to play the game again.
And then Reen, in his infinite distractibility, is distracted.
Yeah. They basically steal our time save right now, but we'll get it back later.
We haven't talked about lore at all, have we?
Not really, no.
So essentially,
I mean, we did a bit at the beginning when I said that it was 2 months after Code Steel 1, but I think that's
we
it.
didn't even say what happened in those 2 months.
Well,
Reen was just taking a long nap. That's it.
Rin essentially sleeps for 2 months after getting punched really hard by Crow on the mech. And during that time, the Civil War basically starts and develops a lot. And right now, they know, well, it is heavily implied that the Noble Alliance is winning, even though they kinda also try to tell you it's half and half.
right now, the Noble side is winning because the military just doesn't have the power to fight against the Soldats or Ouroboros or the really awesome Jaegers.
Well, time to shop around,
And
but
in
before
that
that,
cutscene,
some
also-
tutorials. Oh, I
Like I
got
was saying, that cutscene,
69. I'm gonna be missing
People
later.
get kidnapped. Sort of thing. Oh, 69.
Ooh, well,
Nice, but also that number is bad because it means more shopping later on.
yes, we want 70
Or
Sepith
above.
masses bare minimum, so that later on we don't have to sell to go for a rest.
And yeah,
Anyway, we're actually gonna buy a Megalith here, but this Megalith is very different from CS1 Megalith.
Yeah, it's not
You're-
nearly as broken.
So don't expect the same things we just saw on CS1. All this Megalith really does is give us XP.
And make sure
It's
Ring
gonna
has
be
enough
really,
EP for later on.
really useful because, like Mega Slayer said at the beginning, Rin is gonna be very under-leveled in this run. Because like in CS1, if you remember like these old school houses, for example, when you go to pick your characters, the characters that weren't with you get instantly leveled. This game does the same, but since you're always with Rin, Rin never gets leveled. And what that's gonna mean is that Rin's gonna be very under-leveled. And normally we wouldn't really care about that because we have another 3 characters and we could just swap it out if that really matters. But there's 2
However-
reasons why that really matters in this game. The first one is the mech fights, because Valimar's stats are just completely based off your own stats, of Rin's stats.
it's actually
second
Ring's
one is-
level.
It's Ring's level.
Yeah.
And the
the
second
second
reason
one is
was
something that you'll see in this boss fight. Straight up, the boss fight in Lunaria Park. It's easier to explain once you say it. But essentially, Rin has a hidden ability that only he can do.
Well, time to skip the chest that everyone still grabs.
oh, I haven't.
It's actually
Since you
just
did-
sitting on
since-
tech, man.
Yeah, since you came up with that, I haven't played any percent, so I
I
still
still
grab it
grab
on
it
max
just
8.
because Win Sepet is so far, dude.
小川ね
I don't wanna main you without the Win
ここを越え
Sepet.
た先が自然公園の出口のはずだ
You actually don't even need to exchange my Sepith anymore if you exchange the Wind Sepith.
Wait, you don't need the Earth and Water?
You still need the Air of War, yeah.
Oh,
But
just
since you
means
don't grab
you're-
the chest, you only have 15 mass Sepith, so that's not really worth exchanging, you know?
coming up here, there's an urban menu. Essentially, Grenoble is still weak to fire, like in this game or like any other game he's in. So we're just gonna make 2 fire cords and then something to buff up our ATS, our magical attack, and we're just gonna burn him down.
Yeah, we get introduced with a new mechanic called Overdrive, which is really broken.
but not nearly as broken as Overburst was in Azure.
This is the Overdrive, and this is the other thing I was talking about with Green. You essentially get 3 turns for free in a row, where Arts are also immediately casted. And it also gives you 30 CP, and I think it's like
It gives
30%
about
of your-
it gives a 30% recharge to HP, EP, and CP.
Yep.
Well, not CP because technically CP is 200, but HP and EP.
The only problem with it is that in order to use it with more characters than Rin, you have to do some optional fights, and that's obviously slow. So it means that Rin is gonna be in a lot of fights, basically, even though he's gonna be very underleveled.
Yeah, I'm quite positive it's not going to happen here, but for me, there's a very high chance of Green dying in this fight.
Yeah, if he gets stunned, he's just dead, dude.
No, not even stunned, if he just takes too much damage. I have a very bad habit of Green dying in this fight because he's right in front of Greninja since we made the Orpheum 2 strat change.
Yeah, I guess he does get hit more because he's in front now. I don't think it's enough to actually war and another attack this change, so I'm putting him on the back.
No, it's not. Even if he dies, you still make up the level from some later mob fights.
Oh, yeah, too.
Also, the thing with voices is, at least I'm not sure if in the CS1 run it was mentioned, but yeah, in CS1 actually running English voices is for turbo it's 7 seconds faster, for no turbo would be like probably 15 seconds and stuff. But here we don't know what's actually faster, since there are a lot of lines that are faster like on Japanese, some are faster on English, so it would require a lot of testing to figure out which one is actually faster.
And currently the only active runners of this game are the 3 of us here, and none of us can be bothered.
Pretty much. There's a lot of things in this game that depend on audio, so there's definitely at least one language that is faster. Because a lot of things just wait on like sound cues on lines or music or some, or basically just sound in general. But actually timing it is a lot of work, and none of us really run the game hard enough to care.
Yeah, most of the time you'll notice during like escapes, like smoke grenades, like sometimes we'll escape really quickly and sometimes we'll have to wait for the whole voice line to play through.
I mean, you always have to wait through. It's just a
Yeah,
voice line, so,
there are some just really quick ones that you barely notice, and yeah.
And some have quicker escape lanes on English versus Jap and vice versa.
Yeah. Looking at you, Claire.
Anyway, there's a very long, pretty much lore section coming up, where we just have to find our well, the entirety of Act 1 is find our classmates. And right now we're gonna find the classmates that are actually here in Cal Lake, and then we're gonna have to do the quest tutorial basically. There is very few quests that we actually have to do in this game. Unlike in CS1 where the entirety of like the development is go to here, do this field trip, do a quest, and then you can actually progress the plot. I think this is pretty much the only quest we have to do that is not just completely plot related in this game.
Well, we only have to do the required ones that we get like almost every chapter.
I guess
Except
the one, for example.
they stopped being required in 2.3, I think. Or it might be 2
Yeah.
Yeah, that might be the first one because you have to collect something by then. Start
Yeah, in
collecting.
Q3 you don't have any required ones. In Q2 I guess it's the worm.
And Nightheart.
Yeah, but I will consider Nightheart kind of flawed.
So yeah, here
maybe
we'll
not.
see Toll's bribe skills. And that guy is drunk. Too bad we're not running into a boat, so he's not wiggling that much.
I guess some of the turbo animations are just funny.
She'll just fall over into the row. He moves so much.
Nothing is like Persona.
Zone is like Persona.
Oh. After prologue, we're back in Celtic, just like in Gold Steel 1. What a coincidence.
And we also got a chess puzzle, so I don't know. Who do we know who likes chess?
Literally everyone.
Yeah, but
What a
Reen,
nice research.
Reen likes fishing more than chests.
We don't get to fish.
This looks like a good fishing spot. I could probably fish here.
Pretty much.
Actually, yes.
So yeah, in this cutscene, we just unlock the door, but we don't open it and enter it. Just
CS2
like that.
does have loading. Just a small cutscenes that probably shouldn't be.
Yeah. The same thing happened in CS1 with the bar scene. You just open the door, but don't get in.
Well, you know, putting the key in and opening it is putting the key in and unlocking it is a different action to opening the door.
This makes sense to me. Ship it.
Yeah, the first one we find it's Machias. Some people were happy, some people were not, but you know.
Who was happy?
It is what it is.
And Machias uses his great Superman disguise skills and
Yeah.
takes off his glasses.
If you know anime, this is pretty common, and yeah, the best disguise is taking off glasses or putting them on.
Since we're not doing much right now, I guess I'll talk about Machias. Machias is not really a great unit. Like, I'm not gonna talk about him as a character. He's just not a great unit. He doesn't really do much for us.
But
he's not terrible, and we'll actually use him in a couple places.
yeah, he still gets used in the run.
Yeah.
He does, however, have
As long
one
as it's
really good.
required, we're not gonna grab him pretty much.
He has one really good craft, Burst Drive.
Whoops,
Beyond
that's
that,
the wrong one. Yeah, Burst Drive is like the best one because accelerate.
I
Are
need to
there
refresh my
any
screen,
other
I think I fell
accelerates
behind a
that we
bit.
can actually use with class 7?
No, I think Machias only has it.
Yeah, I think it's all Machias.
I mean, if he didn't have it, then yeah, Machias would be even more pointless.
If he didn't have it, he will be like Elliot tier. Those Batman. Anyway, we're actually finishing up the quest here. We only have to grab a flower. We'll do another small detour for an HP1 that's gonna be...
It's right next
Really?
to the flower.
It's like really close to the flower, like Mega Slayer said. You barely lose time for grabbing it. And the HP gives you is really useful for more than one fight. It's
So
like
this
the
level
fight
up kinda matters a bit.
Yeah, this fight we just did was pretty much forced. You can't really get around that guy, so you may as well just get rid of him.
I mean, you could get a round of him, but if you grab HP 1 chest there, you still have to avoid him again. So we don't really care about CP right now, and after this cutscene here, Toll will get back to 100. So the game kinda is generous enough to refill some people's CP at least up to 100.
Yeah, this
Almost-
game doesn't give you serum capsules for free, but it does give you CP after a lot
Almost
of cutscenes.
every time you get a new character added to your party, you get a CP refill. And sometimes even when you don't get a new character added to your party, like right now.
A small thing, by the way, that menu I just did with the two choices is terrible. Because
Yes,
the yes option is down for some reason.
there,
It really matters
Throughout-
actually. Terrible.
throughout the
Funny.
entire game, most of the yes options are the top option, except for that one, and the one before the Crow and Vita boss way
the very last
at
one.
the end.
いいポイントみたいだな。
I think you guys should
This
try
game is a
run
rip-off
Coastal
of
1
Pokemon.
because it keeps juggling between first and second option.
南はバリアハー
Yeah,
ト方
no.
面か。
I'm sorry, I'm weak.
さて、
Damn.
This
So what
fight
you're
here is
saying,
also sort of forced. You can avoid it, but it's just decent early EXP if you need Reen to get a level.
So
what
yeah,
you're saying actually, Shen, is that Coastal 2 is more consistent even with menus.
良
maybe.
さそうな宝箱。
Anyway, we grabbed another chest there that gives you materials. You materials are
総流橋
they are
は
used
こ
for
の先にあるん
upgrading
でしたね。
both your mech and
Manok,
sword.
get out.
少し先だっ
And
たか。
it's kind of
ポイント D への分岐
RNG
に来
to
た
be
ら
honest. You need
声をかけましょう。
drops from
Mention
enemies.
Tier crease. What's wrong with you?
You need drops
Kokoda.
from enemies to get half
Hidari no
enough new
wachimichi ni
materials
hayou.
for the run. So that kind of
ポ
sucks.
イント D ってやつね
But we fight enough enemies that it's very consistent.
強
We
敵
are
を発見。
very, very rarely
警戒を
short
起こされ
new
な。
materials.
So here we'll be reunite with two more people.
You actually get a useful character.
Yeah, fee pounds.
Yes.
And we'll get more tutorials.
So if you like Elliot, or you like, well, actually, yeah, if you like Elliot, he's never used in this run
Yeah,
except for this
literally.
chapter. Once this chapter is done, he is gone forever. I
Steve
would also
Howard
say
is
something
really,
about
really useful.
Marquis, but who likes Marquis?
またこうしてみんなで行動
So
でき
yeah.
It's
るなん
really
て
useful because
I guess we forgot to
Basically-
mention that they did buff like the magic attacks in this game, but nerf the physical. But yes, physical is still superior.
総流橋は左手だね
The good
Aggro in
thing,
this game is
まっすぐ街道を進
very
もう
like enemies usually attack the enemy that's closest to them, and Fee is an evasion tank, as anyone who has played this game or just pushed this one knows. So if you just put her in front, you basically just tank everything without getting damaged. She's a really useful character.
yeah, for some reason they decide to give Fee 30% evasion right away. Like she has that on default. I think in the first game she has like 5% default evasion, maybe 10. I don't remember exactly now.
Did they reduce the amount to? Don't you rest there?
No, I don't.
No,
This
you
is
don't.
not max AP.
No. That's me thinking of my other route.
Yeah, that's what you
can
do in max
work
AP.
with that. You can be short on money, like I've done more than once. I mean, we're short in money anyway, right? Because we got 69.
Yeah.
Mhm.
ないな。
私は嫁が聞くからいいけどね私は結構
Also,
見えてるかな
the new introduction of the Wents. Not sure, like I
Yes.
think the other
No.
Trails games had some of them, but
Almost
yeah,
本
I
当
have
に
not played them,
こ
so
こ入った
I
の
don't
かな
know.
さて。
I think
ただ
Crossbill
の
has
なさそうだ
some.
が
In the Crossbell games, you don't go into
Anyone
first person when you go into vents.
Ooh, I see.
Vents are really annoying.
They are.
Also, this is a fast vent. There's a slow vent, especially in the
The-
attack rule.
Yeah, the Pentagon has the worst vent.
今は大丈夫っぽい
I like the Crossbell vents the most. What vents do you like, chat?
Anyway, we're just beelining for the next boss fight right now.
Yeah, a lot of
There's
walking until something else.
This is why most of us just run turbo, because it makes walking way more bearable. But it's way harder to follow for a marathon stream.
No, that's right line. Impossible.
I guess this is... Let's just talk
And
more
people
lore, I
disappearing.
guess.
対側に出た
Yeah, people disappearing is very weird.
ガレリア感動
In
は
that
右手だ
cutscene,
な
there's if you look at the background, there's a line of soldiers constantly going down the stairs. And then when the cutscene ends, they just disappear. They don't walk away, they just disappear.
Yeah, apparently there's no one there, like, guarding that area. We just passed through, noticed.
詳しいわね
Otherwise, right now, we're like wanted people. Because we just disappeared. We basically fought the Alliance right at the end of CS1 and then we just disappeared forever.
Also, if you've
So the
noticed
Alliance
there,
is searching for us.
if you noticed there in the cutscene, for some reason Mikey's jacket didn't load properly, like fast enough.
本当
So
に
there are a few more
廃業
cutscenes
って
like
感じ
where
ですね
character models or clothes won't
横断鉄道
properly
沿いの方
load
が
for
整
some
備さ
reason,
れてる
even
から
on
ね
no turbo.
Like Wolfie.
Yeah. Did you know that Fee's hair is actually faster than her whole character model?
どうしたフィー
気のせい
We're grabbing some sepet here. That's I think that's a salt actually, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still, we still do grab some stuff. But it's mostly
Yeah, mostly.
And after this screen, we'll enter the next boss
ガレ
fight,
リア要塞の
which is
外壁みたいだ
actually
な
weird because we like. Well, it's not that weird. We just don't have to kill the bosses. There's a turn limit.
Yeah.
And breaching the turn limit is way faster than actually killing the bosses. So we just.
If anyone who's played this casually will remember, to get that AP bonus on this fight, you have to get one character down to about 70% HP. Sorry, about 30% HP within 20 turns.
40 turns.
Within 40 turns, sorry.
Yeah, 20 turns seems quite a challenge actually.
ああ
Within 40 turns.
I mean,
but
it's
it
quite a
is.
challenge anyway in a speedrun setting.
But with our current level and strength and whatnot, it's a lot quicker to just run out the clock than actually do it.
So yeah, in the first game Machias got jailed, in this game he steps on the mine instead.
Thank you, Machias.
Yeah, thank you Machias, indeed. He takes all the bad luck away.
Hey, he's just a tank. Anyway, yeah, we're about to waste 40 turns just moving in place. In Turbo, we actually have a different strat where we use arts, but fights in no Turbo have a bigger animation than they should have pretty much. And if you move, you don't get the animation. So it's faster to move in no Turbo rather than
I'm so taking this. Guaranteed unbalanced, boys.
Unbalances carry over among parts, and you need 4 unbalances for the fight that I said was the scariest part. So if you get a warranted one, you definitely take it.
Ooh, that's not good. I might actually need to revive them.
したかな
You have 3 lines pretty bad.
I've had the best version of this fight. Everyone died except for Machias, who was confused. I still managed to get it.
Oh, I saw that actually. Yeah, I saw that clip.
僕
Yeah.
の番だな
I
It's
clipped
quite.
it.
ありがとう
I mean, I guess it's technically faster, right? So it's technically good luck, even though it's actually horrible.
I was quite amazed that day.
Okay, he did that.
Fortunately, a lot of the turns in this fight are wasted by the mine things that
Javelins, yeah.
the javelins just doing nothing.
Nice
Well,
beat.
looks like Elliot is stoned.
Ah!
私の番
So I'm spreading out the characters so the chance is less to get killed. Like, you need at least one person to survive this whole thing.
And not be stoned.
No,
Do you
looks
think
like
Elliot is gonna get death blown?
we'll see. But then again, Rin didn't get a turn yet. He still got a new feint.
It's Ring, what did you expect? He's not too useful. I mean, he's actually really useful. He's just also not that useful. It's kind of weird.
So
He serves his
you
purpose.
might notice one annoying thing here is after like every end turn you see like a 2-second delay. It happens like with any action except if you move to your default spot. That's where you don't get the delay. It's really annoying for no turbo. Same thing happens with the mech
That's not-
fights too.
Yeah, that's a no turbo only thing too for some reason. Turbo just gets rid of that. Anyway, second mech fight. Well, there's actually technically 2 mech fights into one, but it looks like just one from a casual place point of view. You just punch the body pretty much, and then this mech fight ends.
And occasionally you might have to punch it in the head.
Yeah, if you get unlucky and Heschel uses a skill, you have to punch ahead, which is one more input, but like, it's one input, doesn't really matter.
Yeah, all the
This
body
fight is
parts
actually-
here have at least a guaranteed unbalance.
He got a level up during the quest thing. Like, well, we were doing quests, he took 2 fights that we said were pretty much needed. And the reason they are needed are A, like we said, it's really hard to dodge them. And B, if you S-break instead of just escaping,
聞いてるわ
technically escaping is faster because you don't get the like the animation at the end of the fight. But when you S-break, you get the XP, and then that XP levels you up, and that makes this fight 100% consistent. Because if you didn't level up, Ruin's stats are just low enough that you sometimes need to do one more attack, and it's fine. You can still complete the fight. It's just slow. Mech attacks are really slow because there's this huge animation after, as you can see.
If everything goes right, then to win this fight, you should just need to attack. You should just need to get 3
いいわね
bursts, or you know, or whatever the
Yeah.
Rush
thing
attacks.
is called. Rush.
The finishers are called
Sorry.
in the aircraft finishers in mech fights. I want to say Gundam, but that's not really
Gundams are mechs.
the best station.
まだいけるわ
At least we can skip through the mech animations. Like in CS1, we have to watch the whole thing.
I'm pretty sure Balimar will do a good job of opening cans.
It might be a big can.
Hey man, if you slash it in half, the can's open. Oh, this is actually different from CS1, so we should explain it. Mech fights in this game allow you to take a partner with you,
任せてくれ
and the partner essentially just gets an extra turn, and it's how you heal. You can restore EP in this game, you can't in CS1, so that's kinda annoying. But it's fixed in this one. And you can get buffed or attacked with magic. Essentially, what that means is that we have 3 partners that we pick because they're the useful ones. Fee has a speed buff, so that's really useful. And then we also pick Laura and Sarah because they have a strength buff, and then Sarah is just really broken for one-on-one fight. She has like infinite debuffs.
She has debuff to speed and strength.
And then it's pretty much just don't hit you.
Sarah is best.
So he loses Sword Mech, now he moves on to the Gun Mech. Gun Mech is a bit annoying because he doesn't have guaranteed imbalances when he's standing, I believe.
Yeah, when he's idle, he only has 50% chance to imbalance. That's where we're gonna use Flame
So-
Impact, which is 60% chance to imbalance.
Yeah, we
And
just
also
don't.
has the potential to set it on fire.
Yeah, unfortunately, burn, poison, anything that deals damage, like has a debuff. Yeah, they nerfed this in this game. It's fixed damage instead of percentage
聞いて
HP.
るわシノバ
Which is good for us, the players, so that when we get burnt or poisoned, it doesn't kill us, but it sucks for the enemies.
Yeah, it's only really useful in like Orphan 1 at the very start, and then it just drops off really quickly.
いいわね
もう
That should be the Mech fight.
Yeah, it is. Honore.
So that's like 1-1.
It's how counter
Congratulations on finishing the first part for 1.
at 176 buns.
And here comes Elliot's dead.
Papa Craig. And Claire.
Here comes Elliot too. Who's gonna do the pro dodge? Yeah, for some reason in Cold Steel they like to ride tanks and they're like not afraid of, of open fire. It's definitely an anime only thing, I guess. This is not the last time you'll see something like that in the run.
Craig's also very steady when he stands on tanks. I mean, he's got to have like magnetic boots or something to make sure he doesn't fall off.
Yeah, you could probably put him on a plane and he would still stand like that. Oh, we're back at the Immir here. Rin's dad is doing somewhat better, I guess. And we
He's
get
alive.
Yeah, he's alive, not dead yet. So yeah, we get the friendship tutorial now that we can do bond events.
Which
Very
we never do.
useful. Yeah. We used to do one and then we just took it out.
And we are also forced to see the in Acrid's notes, skateboarding tutorial.
Skateboarding, hello?
That's what we
Acrid?
say, skateboard.
Excuse
I mean,
me?
to be fair, if you want a skateboarding tutorial, you know what to run, Shin.
If you wanna do skateboarding, then you should play Tokyo Xanadu, man.
No, you should play Goof.
No.
No, you should just play Tony Hawk's.
いい感じだな。
No, Goof is the better Tony Hawk.
まあ、
Everyone
こんなもん
knows
だろ。
this.
Okay, well, time for part 2. Up to find some more Class 7 members.
And it's very important that we pick Marquis and Fee and Claire for this,
Yeah.
and not Elliot.
So yeah, you
Pretty
see
much
Claire.
just because Elliot's useless.
You see Claire is level 57, while Rin is still in his 40s. So yeah.
Hey, I'm pretty sure Brain is 17, not on his 40s.
Well, yeah, maybe, yeah. I actually don't remember what level he is.
No, yeah, he's level 40.
I mean, oh, you mean his age, I
He was
see.
talking age.
Yeah, I was talking about the level.
I also don't think Claire is 57, or if she is, she's looking pretty good for it.
Well, I don't think she reveals her age. In this game, at
そ
least.
れにしても、
I
帝
mean,
国
isn't
じゃ
she
あり
the
えない
Ice
風景
Maiden?
だ
Maybe she's just frozen.
Maybe. So yeah, here's the worst trip. We have to go all the way to the gate.
North is big.
Yeah. We don't have
And your
turbo,
movement speed
we don't
is
have
so
a
big.
horse, we're going slow.
This walk. And not to mention, there are some very bad walls in this area. Invisible walls.
Yeah, the hitboxes of the... How do you call them? The hills?
ここを回り
Yeah,
込め
I think they're hills.
Plateaus, the cliffs, the mountains,
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah. You
Oh, yeah,
actually
sweet.
kind of have to pay attention to the minimap if you don't really want to bump.
Yeah. Just so right there he got stuck even though there was nothing.
Don't worry, we'll be horsing around pretty soon. Well,
After we find out how they got sword outs here.
Yeah.
Because they couldn't have used the trains.
we're gonna get this 15 FPS cutscene. Well, maybe there's more FPS on no turbo, but
I
on
think
turbo this cutscene has no frames at all.
Yeah, on this, on no turbo, it runs pretty smooth.
There's actually no quest to do north, so even though we're going to the gate first, it's just pretty much a boss rush. We're just gonna go to the mid boss, and then we're gonna go to the big boss, and then we'll go to the mech fight, and we're done.
鉄路以外で運んできたとなると
Yes, Claire, they brought them with the horses. We all know
I thought
that.
they used the underground reservoirs and boats.
Well, we're almost there. Almost. Somewhat.
That's a very loose definition of almost.
Come on, Rain. You can go faster.
I'm told Fee runs faster, sir. You should let's swap.
But switching actually resets my movement speed, and I have to
It
again
does.
speed up.
Yes.
And she's not faster.
Everyone
Yeah.
runs at the same speed in this game.
あともう少しだね
You still sometimes, well, not sometimes, you do change field character a lot simply because A, hitboxes. Some characters like Fee have a very small hitbox, so they are easier to fit through some places. That's not
And
really
B-
concerning no turbo. And B, because field attacks.
Longer range of attacks. Like when you get Sarah, her gun attack has the most range.
Sarah's sword also pushes enemies really far, so it's
That too.
very good.
私の番だね
Well, that was a bun apparently. Who knew? Okay.
Anyway, there's a menu here. We're gonna buy a couple weapons and then we're gonna cook. And like we said, cooking is completely the opposite as it was on CS1. Instead of cooking with the best character,
クッキン
we're gonna cook with the worst character.
That's
B.
cooking.
So we
And then
are
you said-
addicted to
Onigiris.
tough onigiri,
And a bit of a
Big-
spicy curry.
to burnt rice.
Onigiris barely heal you. I do believe the food in
It's just-
CS1 heals you, right?
Actually, it barely heals in CS1 too.
Perfect. Then they are pretty much the same food. You just get a strength buff and like no health. So we just use it to buff.
So yeah, we finally got our horses now. And we can horse around.
Curry heals a decent amount though,
風にな
but
っ
we
た
only
み
get
た
two
い
of those.
馬は久々ですがなんとかなりそうです
Also, Claire is glad that she remembers how to horse around.
Why do you love this line so much? I actually just don't understand. You say it every time, and I actually just don't understand.
That's the thing, man.
ノルドの集落は左手を進んだ方向だな
Anyway, like I said, we're rushing towards the mid boss. And right here, actually, there's a small fight where you're gonna get ambushed. And it's both really annoying and really safe. You basically cannot die, but you also can't finish a fight immediately with an S break because the enemies leave. And if the enemies leave, they
この
can
先
just
がガイ
revive
スの
each
故郷
other.
のはずだ
Unless
So we
you
have
get
to
the
actually
crit.
tank the hits and then buff clear, and then we can just kill
避
them.
難を始めていると言っていましたが
Again, unless you get a critical hit or a lucky crit turn, and then you can S break with Claire, and you're good.
Crits just multiply your damage by 1.5, so they are essentially a double buff. If you are double buffed already, it's like a double buff.
See, did we get lucky?
Oh no, Mike, yes, why do you counter? Oh no, more counters incoming.
Oh no.
Oh, I got the 999.
私の番だね
Bandane. Where is Claire? Here we go.
少々危険ですね
She's in the same
This
spot she was
is
before.
really annoying in this game, by the way.
Yeah, ambush fights shuffle around your team members in their spots.
戦闘
So
And
they're
the menu just doesn't seem intuitive. Like, you can press left to go to the left character, and it will actually just go to the character's app or something like that.
yeah, the targeting in the bells is really awful. probably the worst thing in Trails games, in my opinion. Like literally, you press the direction you wanna select. Nope, it goes the opposite or indifferent at all. So sometimes you cannot be too fast.
Anyway, cutscenes here, and then we're actually home free. He already got the unbalance, so this mid boss isn't too bad. Normally you really want an unbalance on this mid boss because for the next boss, which is the hardest boss in the run by far, you just need 4 unbalances at the start.
So even though we got the horses earlier, we still got the horse tutorial right here for some reason.
Good design.
Yep.
I think that horse tutorial we got was the how to get on a horse. Because we were straight up given one before, not.
That makes sense actually.
Yet we still teleport to the exit and we're already on the horse.
さすがに驚くか。
This music is the same music as in Prologue, by the way. So
Yep.
if you change the game files because you are tired of the Prologue music, you end up changing this music too, and a bunch of others actually. Winter Arrivals used in a lot of places in this game, even if you don't really notice it when you're just first playing it.
Yeah, they slapped Winter's Arrival basically almost on everything at this point. You hear this theme so often in the run.
It's a good thing, what can you say?
I don't know, man. Once you do a lot of prologue grinding, you kinda get part of it.
Yes, I'll do Prologue.
Well, we're almost there. The next boss fight.
Almost there.
And more waifus.
North is so huge.
Like it was mentioned in
bigger when you have
CS1,
turbo, I'm sure.
Nord makes you appreciate that there is turbo.
Anyway, Vincent Sorter, you already saw him on CS1. He does pretty much the same thing here, he just freezes you. But he's a lot more manageable here because we have more resources. Normally this fight is a bit annoying because like I said you need an unbalance, but he already got it. So he's just gonna kill him straight up.
The strat for this fight is very simple. You buff with Claire and Doreen, and just auto attack a couple times, then finish it with S-breaks. And if you like that strat, you're gonna see it a lot.
Oh no. No freezes, good.
Oh come on, stop with the. Well, actually, the additional damage is nice, but still, the animations. Okay, we can go in after this.
Yeah, this should be enough.
Yeah, it is enough.
Nice.
So yeah, this boss can be pretty annoying since he does freeze. You do have the normal onigiris if you get from the cooking that actually cure freeze,
Yes.
which is quite convenient for this fight.
Unless you're me and you didn't know that until like 2 weeks ago.
To be fair, I also didn't know until Shane told me that I was dumb.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't pay attention to anything that's not like absolutely needed for the run.
Same.
It's the small things, guys.
Anyway, with that boss done, we're just gonna rush to the watchtower, which is where the boss is. And we also get the CP region here. We talked about how this game is very generous with just giving you your CP back. So those
Yes.
Easter eggs we did, we can just do them again. Which
This
is gonna
would
make the
be-
section before the boss very manageable.
This would be so much worse if you didn't get the CP region, because Nord has
Yes.
no ins that restore CP. Wait, this is the last horse trip.
Bye bye, horse.
Get a Bible font for the horse.
Wait, does Milliam know how to ride a horse?
She has to say it.
Oh, Lisa
Mm,
rides. Okay. I never knew.
Wait, Elisa rides for her?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't
Fortunately,
know that.
when you swap characters on horses, it doesn't reduce your speed nearly as much. Though I'd swap back to Reen if I were you.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Swap it back to Fia and then you actually get a ranged attack.
I'm more used to rain.
Yeah, same.
That's what I meant.
I tried doing the Tower with Fee once, I ran into every enemy.
Unfortunate. It feels like I'm the only Fia player.
前に登った高台
Not
I use
really.
Fee
こ
when
の付近だ
I'm
ったか
I use Fee when I'm climbing up the tower the second
よし
time.
行くか
Whoops. I just clicked the wrong button.
You haven't done the party menu yet? I don't know when you do it.
I do it once I
Yeah,
climb
you
up
should
the
do it.
ladder.
Oh, understandable.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure B likes to run around with feet too.
This menu is actually kind of important because we're just gonna get thrown into a kind of a gauntlet right now. As soon as we press this cutscene, we just get thrown into how many fights is it? One,
3
two,
fights.
3?
Yeah, frame.
On the first,
So-
third, and fifth level of the tower.
Yeah, actually. And having the parties ready for the first fight is kind of important because soldiers are really annoying. They like to heal themselves. So you either one-shot them or you just waste like a minute killing them.
Fortunately, Gaius's S-Break one-shots
よ
these
し
ones.
やったぞよし
Assuming they spawn correctly.
Yeah, there is a rare chance that the guard on the left, I mean the right, might spawn a bit further than needed, and that's makes it that you cannot reach him. That's
Are
like
you
the-
gonna save for the ambush?
We'll probably do that, yeah.
Yeah, it's probably for the best. Right here, this is the only part where Magia is actually useful in this part. He's actually gonna ice break. His
行くぜ
5 seconds of glory.
Oh, he gets a bit of glory
こ
later.
れはうまいな
That's it?
In the Ortina fight. Way at the end, not this one.
Oh. This makes sense, yeah.
So,
Actually fine, yeah.
okay.
よしやった
The
ぞ
cuts die from a single ice break is the soldiers that are annoying.
I probably should have used Feast first because I got 0.1 less XP multiplier this way.
I mean, it doesn't really matter in this fight.
Well, I tried to maximize the XP gain.
I
I don't
generally
think it
do.
actually is enough to give you 1 level.
So yeah, this ambush fight can go really horribly wrong if you don't get Milliam or Claire. At the
And there's a couple people we don't want to die. For
there's a
example, we don't want
50%.
Reen to die.
Or Elisa, they are both in.
Yeah.
This
Elisa
has
is
a lot of
not
passes
as
to go through
bad,
right
but
now.
it's still bad.
I
So,
will argue Elisa's worse.
oof.
You can kind of make deal with like no CP read. Elisa dying just completely screws you over for the next fight because you have to surround powder her instead of
Yep, and then Elisa died.
oh no.
She has Angel.
No, she didn't. She was.
すまん
She can afford to die
くだ
once.
さい
Spicy.
Oh, she didn't die because she's still on 200. It just got really close.
No,
to the red.
there's one guy alive because he got the 50% heal for bonus.
任せてちょうだい
So that's somewhat problematic.
Let's hope he doesn't revive anyone.
俺の番だ
I'm
な
switching these out because I care about their
Yeah.
CP and HP.
Yeah, that's a good idea actually.
Oh, why do you must do that?
Oh no, he's the one who revives people.
Yeah, this is the worst case scenario.
Oh no.
Oh god damn it.
Why did you target that one? Okay. Thanks game for targeting the wrong people. Oh dear, what is this?
Oh no.
Zero cast.
Is this going bad?
Use Wild Ray to Gaius and Esprick again.
That is if they don't EOE me.
Yeah, that does sound bad, but you should have more than enough time. Okay, lead.
Both lived. Don't tell me this is a heal. Okay, La Forte.
Oh, that's good.
Oh my god.
Hey, you get a crit.
Yay!
Oh, you did not get a crit.
Okay, this was awful.
Yes.
That's probably the worst case scenario. Oh,
At
almost.
least he
not-
didn't
Not the worst, considering you still managed to survive it.
Yeah, but damn, that zero cast at the end for the revive was so oof. I forgot to link these.
Very important that Reen and Claire are linked for this next fight.
I need to upgrade the weapons.
Okay, that's pretty good.
This rest though takes so long. Oh, I got 12 U materials. Well, at least I have enough of those.
I don't think rest is faster in two modes.
No, I'm pretty sure it's the same time.
Yeah, I think it just depends on the voice clip, the sound clip.
There are some orbital stations that are really fast when it comes to resting, but usually the ones that don't have, you know, modifier orbs and stuff, just for the rest only.
Anyway,
This is the
oh,
worst
625.
fight
And this
in
is
the run.
What? Yeah.
You have to fight both Blue Blanc and Altina, and Blue Blanc is bad enough by himself because he causes a lot of debuffs and like just status effects. But then there's also Altina who A can remove your debuffs if she feels like it, and B she shields and she does a lot of damage, AoE damage. So this fight is by far the hardest one, and why we want so many bravery points.
The strat for it is fairly simple, but it's executing it that's the problem.
Yeah, a lot of things can go wrong. Blue Blanc also likes to summon ads, and the only good way of removing those ads is to S-Ray with Claire. And you kinda want Claire CP, because Claire's leadership is really strong. It just gives you your turn back immediately, even after doing an S-Ray. So it's just really strong.
So the general strat for this fight is to keep
That's
keep CP up with Elisa and keep the buff up with Claire while using Reen and Gaius's S breaks. But again, as I said, easy to say, hard to do.
too many things can go wrong. Like for example, Blue Blanc can just nightmare you, and then you have one less character. And then Nightmare, the way Nightmare works is just a sleep, right? But when you wake up, you get
Confused.
another, how's it called, a status effect. So you can probably get, you can
you
sometimes
just
get
summon guys.
Nightmare into Petrify, and then you're just kind of dead forever. That character is useless.
Rin, just do your job for once.
Did he miss?
Okay, he did it.
I believe in him. Rin is essentially utility right now,
Yeah.
because
Reen's job is also to get rid of the shield off of Baltino.
Gaius just has Wild Rage, right? Which is 6 DCP. So using Gaius' turns is really expensive because you're just throwing 60 CP away. So it ruins you up to like use Dark Matter if the enemies get too far away from Mistcraft, or to remove the barrier, or just do utility.
That's that shouldn't be
So,
too big of a problem at this
okay.
point.
私の番ね
Yeah, you just need like one more streak.
感謝する。
ありがとうございま
Yes,
す
and occasionally they can also walk too far away from each other so that an S break with Gaius won't hit both of them, and that's why we put Dark Matter on Marine.
I don't know if Altina dies from this, but she will die.
She won, but at least I get rid of BB.
Yeah, no summons. And then the Reen S break
任せてく
will
れ。
finish her off. Oh, barrier full sunman. It's actually kinda bad.
It's still fine.
Because now
前
she's not gonna be buffed. Green is not gonna be buffed. How much damage does he do?
I'm
She's got
hopefully
like
expecting,
3,000
yeah.
HP.
This makes sense.
ミッション失敗理解不能です
So this fight went alright.
Also, to get in the conversation that's going on in chat right now, Suikoden 2 is probably my favorite JRPG of all time.
やったか。よし。100点。
やったね V だね
So if you follow the formula after this boss fight, there should be a mech fight.
And there is.
Here comes Sharon, apparently.
We don't get to see Ouroboros on Ouroboros action.
Anyway, this main fight has kind of a gimmick, which is the airship just there in the background. You obviously cannot hit the airship. Well, it's not that obvious because Valimar flies in cutscenes, but Valimar never flies in actual fights. So you cannot hit the airship, but the airship does it. And it does a lot of damage, so we're gonna try to dodge as many airship bursts as possible.
It's really just a matter of using Morning Moon at the right time.
Yeah, it's very simple to do, but if you mess it up, it's really bad.
Yeah, if you mess it up, you can. It won't necessarily kill you as long as you're keeping track of your HP, but it will cost you a lot of time.
行こっかやっ
Nice, got a double
Once
turn.
again, there's 3 buffs that are useful. It's Fee, Laura, and Sarah. We only have 3 right now, so that's what we're gonna be useful.
いいわね私のやっ
The EP in fight is actually very carefully routed out because healing is okay, but restoring EP is what's really costly because it's one turn where you just don't do anything. At least healing gives you CP back. Restoring EP only gives you EP back.
Also, a
So,
fun
yes.
fact about mech fights: the way your camera is facing can have a impact on moving through targets
Yeah.
on the mech.
So after you kill the first mech, every time you get 2 turns before the ship acts again.
That's a really consistent fight. It's just bad if you mess it up.
Yep. Every mech fight has at least a strat, like a game plan. Even though it's like it doesn't work out, at least you know what to expect and to do.
You say this, but you won't exist.
That's the most consistent mech fight. Way more
Yeah.
consistent than Vermilion mech.
Route it out somehow. Find a glitch.
If only. It and tower climb.
私の番は
Right now, there's the mechs have such low HP at this point that it's not actually worth to buff. You're actually just using magic with V instead of actually buffing split.
So yeah, we're gonna try to attempt to do this fight with just one heal if possible.
It's possible to do so, it's not that consistent though. I may or may not have died thinking that I had just one more hit to go, so I don't need to heal, and then it turns out it was actually 2 hits.
There we go. Also, another reason why we're not even using speed right now buff instead of the art is because we don't really unbalance consistently and Ring doesn't do really much damage. So it's better to do just the cast instead.
聞いてるわ。やっ
Anyway, after this mech fight, like pretty much every other mech fight the part will end. We just get a couple cutscenes. And then we get to the last part, part 1, and get all of our party members.
Come on, Rin. Will you finish this off?
Finish it off.
I believe in him. I believe in him.
Yeah, he did it.
Oh. God, mech pilot. He just takes on 3 people after... How much time has been Green practicing with the mech actually?
Not much.
Like,
Yeah, nothing.
since we don't get to see well, there's actually really not a lot of off-screen time in this game. Pretty much everything happens right after the last thing.
Yeah.
So
Like there's an actual calendar, so we know that.
yeah, his only mech fight practice are the fights he's been in.
And then he just gets the mech fight. He actually gets the mech on Crow, right? So he's had the mech for like 2 months, and he's just beating 3 different people with it.
Yes, there is a mech fight at the end of every act except for 2-3, which has one in the middle of it, and Divestments and Epilogue.
This is the Tails Marathon. No, you came to the wrong one. Tails Marathon is happening next year.
Same runner though.
They,
Same runner.
Yeah, there's been a bit of talk about a Tails Marathon. But the only talk about it is...
that is where Tails games do.
こいつはギルドからの気持
The
ちだ
only talk I've seen of the Tails Marathon is, hey guys, you want to do a Tails Marathon?
まあこんなもんだろ
But let's talk about trails.
Yeah, Ring's dad seems to be alright now.
So as far as I'm aware, the party for this act outside of V doesn't really matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, but it's just muscle memory to grab the whole team. Like, the only thing matters if you, for example, grab Alisa, and during the mech fight, Alisa will be actually where Laura is supposed to be. So you have to be careful about that. Since the more times you switch in the support unit, the more delay they'll get for their next action.
Now, my most hated little section of this run is I find it very hard to see where I'm going in this fog.
レグラムの街は右手方向です
Run
ね
into the
I think
fences
the
a
delay is
lot.
actually percentage based too, which makes some switches worse than others. I'm not 100% sure about that one, But I do know that if you switch Gaius, no, not Gaius, uses for the Mech fight and suck, he just gets like infinite delay,
城
while
壁
Laura's
発見
fine. So
Yeah.
it's probably percentage
到着
based.
だね
There is quite some information we still don't know since, you know, no access to check it. But yeah, we're gonna go to the Bracer Guild. Hoorah! And meet Klaus.
The only bracer guild in Erebania.
And Miles. A new character out of nowhere.
Is Miles actually new?
Yeah, Miles is here.
Yeah, he's the guy
Yeah, but
behind
like-
the desk. But I'm pretty sure we
Uh,
saw him in CS1.
Yeah, that's my question.
Shit.
These menus are a bit annoying because we've changed it like 3 times at this point. It's constantly changing. Yeah. And now we're going for the mid boss of this arc, which is Venom.
Mm.
Venom is kinda nice. We're getting to the point
Zel-
where we're actually strong.
Zelly is a bit of a troll, honestly. 99% of the time, nothing will go wrong. Then there's that 1%
You get sent to the
where he
moon.
knocks your party all over the place.
やれやれ
We're gonna have to buff.
手間をかけさせ
And
るわね
buffs are an AoE buff, obviously.
と
So
か言い
if
つつ
Venom
さす
just
がに嬉し
pushes
そう
your
だね
characters and then they get out of the AoE, they don't get
嬉しそうな顔
buffed,
なんてしてない
and
でしょ
then we're screwed.
Fortunately, we
Well,
have
that's
tough
absolutely
onigiri to make up for it, but it's slow.
It's salvageable with the nigiris and stuff, it's just not good. Very not good.
Also, yeah, that was the Tsundere cat moment.
We also get to see Laura and Emma one-shot in Sinto.
Why is the sorcerer in 3 different places?
His cryptids keep respawning.
He just likes traveling then?
Around the world.
Maybe they're triplets.
Oh. Oh,
We're killing the entire family.
this is good lore.
Oh no, we get sent to the moon.
行くぞ
Did you?
I wanna have Fee at least. get
No,
a
that's
buff.
bad, yeah. No,
私の
I think you should be fine actually. Laura can
Yeah,
definitely.
because-
I think that was
and
the
it
bond
doesn't-
line, but I went that fast that it didn't manage to say bond fast enough.
And
俺の番だな
it doesn't matter if Emma doesn't get buffs, because her S-craft is based off of magic damage.
Yeah, that should work. You have a crit too, so.
Yeah. I'll let Laura do the honor.
I mean, Laura crit sounds really strong actually.
Yeah, almost 30k.
This is... Oh, it's her only time to shine.
Hey, it's not the only time. Laura does get
I-
this
I-
in the speedrun.
I mean in
Well,
combat.
yeah, but it's mech fights, that doesn't count. She doesn't actually.
Yeah.
Hey, no, don't forget the carnage chest. That's the best thing we grab.
Bro, that's
That's
just
true,
terrible.
that's
She can, it's like damage rolls. She can just not kill
Yeah.
anything and then you're dead.
Accurate is also right there. More often than not, she kills 2 of them, but not the 3rd, which I find more annoying than not killing any of them.
Well, honestly,
I mean,
there's
if you don't
no
kill
better
any of them,
option.
you just go.
Like, I don't know, maybe guys, but
Yeah,
I think it
there
has
really
more
isn't.
physical damage. I mean, physical attack.
I'm not saying there's a better option. I'm saying your wife who sucks.
Excuse me.
Shots fired.
Oh man, Akra, do you really want me to run CS1 again and pick Laura? Is that what you want?
I can't believe Crow lost the poll, dude. Chat has really let me down.
Yeah. Unfortunate chat. It was somewhat a close fight between Fee and Laura in the mids, but at the end, yeah, Fee just went ham.
I voted for Laura.
Betrayed
Only
by
because
my
I
own
didn't.
kind.
Only because I didn't realize that cat
Oh, what
lady
the
was
hell.
Emma.
Oh, by the way, Acker, did you know that the CS1 runner picked Gaius one of to do, spend the
Yeah, he has good
events.
taste, man.
Yeah. People didn't forget Gaius. So we're off to Bearheart.
Yeah, we're about to get the only character we're missing, which is Usus. Well, technically Sarah,
But more
they are
importantly,
2-for-1 deal.
more important than Usus, we're about to get the best Master Quartz in the run.
Oh, this is true.
Not? Oh yeah, Monster was right.
Yeah. I mean, unless you want to argue that Tauros isn't the best Master Quartz.
No, I thought he meant quartz, but I'm like, oh yeah, they're called Master Quartzes, right?
Sorry about that. Just bumped my mic.
前の実習ではこの先は行ってないな。
Couple of
道なりに
features
行くと
here. First is
バリア
a
アート
chest
フォームだ。
for money, the standard.
気をつけ
Yes,
てい
just
きまし
sepit
ょう
inside it. And then there's actually the Tauros chest.
Pretty much every Sepith chest we get from this point in the game is basically just to get money for later in the game.
The only sepit that we actually care about at this point is
心してかかるとしよ
time sepith and a bit of a space sepith. Because those are the, well, technically win sepith too, but not really. Those three sepith are the ones that are used for Chronoverse, for the Chronoverse quartz, which as you just saw in CS1 is really broken. We're basically gonna do the same strat where we just put Chronoverse on someone who can recover CP, and then we just get infinite turns, and we just don't let the enemies get a turn.
We also care about fire too.
Yeah, this
We
is
do
true.
need some
Attack,
attacks.
yeah,
Yeah.
attack, yes, I do. And we're right here, Tauros chest. It's technically a monster chest, but just one shot it with an
う。こ
spray.
の程
And Tauros is by far the strongest quartz in the game, or master quartz. If you remember Domination in last game, that was already really strong because it doubled their damage for the first attack. Tauros
Right,
goes even farther, and it doubles their damage for the entirety of the fight. Well, yeah, it's just craft. No, it's attacks too, right? It's just crafts and attacks.
I hope you enjoyed
Yeah.
Best Girl Emma using her S-Craft, because you're never going to see it again.
I mean, at least she does use Crescent Shell at some point.
Yeah, because she's
It's
forced
more than
to.
Elliot does.
But yeah, they definitely broke Taurus in this game, and it made really too strong. In the first game, it was just for the normal attacks, but here you get crafts and S-crafts apparently.
So essentially, you just slap Tauros on someone, and then every S-craft is just 2 S-crafts. It actually goes farther than 2 once you level it up. It goes to like 2.5 in a run. So it's just kind of really broken, to be honest. It makes us pretty much never luck damage at this point. Our party on people who have a lot of area, or AoE S-crafts rather. So that if the enemies move, we don't really care. It minimizes RNG a lot.
This shop is important because it allows us to set up Fee as our words escaped me.
Evasion
Yeah,
tank.
evasion.
That's the one, evasion tank, and it also allows us to clean up our inventory so we can get to smoke grenades a lot quicker.
Oops, that's the wrong
Should
one.
we need them?
So yeah, that shop sells like almost the best equipment you can get. Like 7-speed boots for everybody and 20% evasion. And that can last for like, I don't know, until like late game.
The other sandals give you like, I think it's 8th speed. It's the same speed as a Chronoverse are. So yeah, I think it's 8th speed. And it's a lot.
Yeah, speed matters a lot in these games. Unfortunately, in CS2, unlike CS1, we don't get that many speed quartzes from the story. In CS1, you get so many quartz that increase your speed. That's why Rin is really fast there. Here, it's somewhat an unfortunate thing, and we kinda need to rely on good turn orders.
There's only a couple
mostly
fights where
okay.
turn
Yeah.
orders really matter.
It's mostly as Infernal Castle fights.
Yeah, mostly the Infernal Castle fights. And the Cryptid refights. Or at least one of the Cryptid refights.
I guess, yeah.
It's just that one's really just a matter of pure luck. Hopefully we don't see it.
Anyway. We're on our way to get uses. Uses like always has to... Uses
He has to be
technically
the
a
center
noble,
of
right?
attention.
Yeah, pretty much. He's a noble, so he's like, I wanna join you guys, you're my friends, but also I'm a
But
noble.
my father's a butthole, so whatever he does is my fault.
And then Rin just tells him, follow your heart, dude. The classic anime thing.
Yep.
And then you have to raise him for some reason.
Yeah. Makes perfect sense. Why
Yeah.
can't... Because Reen's not Estelle. Reen can't just go up to him and slap him and be like, just do what you want. Reen's gotta race him.
Yeah, it's the
It's a
race
very
of the
fair race, too.
century. Who's gonna win? A horse or an orbital bike?
Oh, he said it.
Caught it. He caught it the right thing. Good. Unlike that scent man.
Anyway, this race is really easy as long as you don't bump into Emma, because Emma for some reason is placed in a very bad spot.
Emma is like a magnet. Her assets are too powerful.
Yeah.
ついてくるな
ここを左だ裏道を上がってください
Anyway, yeah, she's kind of in the middle for some reason right there. Very
This
easy to
race
get
is
stuck on.
fairly easy, but I have proven you can lose it.
Oh. Losing this race is actually relevant, as Mega Slayer proved the other day.
The other day, it was like a month ago.
Bro, it's still an A sometime.
But yeah, you need to hit a very certain, very specific AP rating before the intermission, or otherwise you don't have the True Gladiator headband, which is very important for the intermission.
It's pretty strong, let's put it that way.
Yeah, 60% TP gain is pretty good. Of course, it only works for normal attacks and getting hit. Doesn't affect stuff like blast arrows and rage.
And now we're introduced into like possibly the worst mechanic of this game, which is suicide fights.
Yeah.
You
Where,
thought
like,
BB or
absolutely
Tina
not.
was a hard fight. This is the true hard fight. Because
Oh.
This game
McBurn.
has, I think it's
Doesn't
3
win.
fights if I win. At least 50%.
Oh, oh, ooh!
That's really good.
McBurn really wants to kill you.
俺の番だな
Thanks for the bond, uses.
But yeah, dying is actually hard in these fights. When you want to die, dying is hard.
We got lucky there with McBurn doing his magic first turn, but sometimes he just never does it.
Yeah, and then you just have to die one by one to the volley. And now there's this mech fight which kinda sucks, to be honest, because there's
does.
a tank in the mech fight, and the tank has, well, first of all, he has a 0% imbalance if he's not doing a skill. So you really want him to do a skill. And when he's doing a skill, he only has 75%. And if you get really lucky and you get like, an imbalance every time, you can do it with one heal, like only one heal. But you normally just need 3 heals straight up.
This fight has been scripted out pretty great at this point.
You do get Laura in this sack though, so we actually get to use Laura instead of Fi, because the strength buffs are strong.
Yeah, this fight has been scripted to the point where it's buff with Laura, heal with Laura, heal with Laura, recharge, heal with Laura, buff with Laura, and then hopefully you're done by that point.
Hopefully. This fight also introduces Heavenly Slash, and Heavenly Slash is really strong. It costs 110 CP to use, but A, it's 3 attacks worth, like it does the same damage as 3 attacks will do. B, it has a guaranteed unbalance, so it's actually 4 attacks worth. And C, it has 100% seal. So that's going to be really useful sometimes, where you don't want to get hit by something, but you feel like using Morning Moon is wasting too much time. You just Heavenly Slash them, and then they're sealed for that turn. And you have done damage, but you also don't have to tank.
The tank doesn't want to die.
Yeah, that's pretty awful luck.
We'll need to do the third heal.
Only one barrier point is really awful luck too. They're gonna have to get a lot of this guy.
And now with Hector, when he is not in stance, Hector being the robot we're focusing on right now, when he is not in stance you want to attack his head, and when he is in stance you want to attack his body.
Okay, that's good. So we try to utilize the seal in the mech fights to mitigate some damage. Conveniently, Laura's Unite attack also seals. Will she finish this off? Okay, she will. So yeah, this way, like this fight can go different ways. Like most of the time, if you're somewhat lucky, you can use 2 heals. If you're really lucky, it's 3. But if you're like super lucky, like some guy called Acrid, can do 1 heal.
Hey! It's called skill, man.
Yeah, and you only managed to do that once. Oh, conveniently,
It's
we got the bike
It's
back.
really hard.
Alright, so coming up we're having bar scene number 2, and we have to pick Sarah.
This one's actually relevant, it's not just lore. This
Yeah,
bastion is gonna give you bond points, or yeah, just call them bond points. And the partner by default in MX, that's what I wanna say, is the one you have the most bond level with. And what that means is that by picking Sarah here, Sarah's gonna turn into our default partner for the mech fights, which is gonna save a lot of time actually, because like we said, switching a partner in makes them more delayed.
It will make
And
Sarah
that's
our
really
default
bad
partner
for the-
all the way up to the fights before Trista.
yeah, it makes 2 fights that were somewhat random before this really consistent now. Because Sarah
Any
can
one-on-one
apply the
fight where we use Sarah is usually a very scary fight where we really want Sarah. So having her not have a delay entering is really, really important.
So we
At
should have
least
just
really
got it. We should have just gotten the True Gladiator headband right then.
We did. And guess what?
Right now, two more suicide fights.
Yeah,
really
more
annoying.
suicide fights.
Rufus in particular is really annoying. He can either kill the turn 1 or turn 20.
There is a strat to the Rufus suicide fight. It's very simple. It's called Don't Pick Elisa.
Yeah.
Since
Elisa
Elisa has
could-
Angel equipped to her right now, she will auto-revive once.
Ideally, Rufus just cast. I know it's called actually. I know the animation. I know it's called. It's pretty amazing. But it's an art that just covers the entire ground, and then he has one shots.
僕の番だね。行くぞ。
Other times he has punches to one by one, like he's doing here, and then you just waste turns and hope that he eventually.
He's just doing
uses
now.
the art.
俺の番だな
僕の番だね。行くぞ。
任せてくれ
No, at least he's doing now.
Yes.
I'd just like to congratulate you, Shinoa, on being a lucky 200th bond.
So they were at least 40 by now.
May you continue to have bountiful luck throughout your run.
So they were at least 40
Alright, I'll
by
stop
now.
being annoying now. Good luck, Shin.
Thank you.
Thanks, Shadow.
Here we go again. Another suicide fight.
We also just got the spell at the end there, so fortunately he didn't kill us one by one. This is what you don't want to see to happen in this fight.
Oh, that's the... Oh, never mind. Didn't balance. Okay, Crow. Just counter me. Nope.
Impossible.
We want to see Crow dodging and countering us to kill us faster.
しっかりしなさいよ。
Not
If you want
guarding.
at least one counter, he got 0. You should have chosen better RNG.
Yeah, unfortunately this runner could not get better energy.
Just... What was it you said to me when I was having trouble in Reverie Corridor way back? Have better Claire RNG? Have better
Just
Ordine
choose
RNG?
better RNG.
Choose better RNG, that's it. All the good runners choose better RNG.
It's as simple as that, you just choose it.
Time to mash through all these bond level ups.
Time to not have gameplay for like 10 minutes.
Yeah. Time for some backstories.
Yep, we get to
He's
see the
essentially
backstory of...
the enemy of this game, and it's a lot of cutscenes, back to back.
See, we don't have to talk to our friends, we have to talk to our enemies.
Why are they fighting here? Explain the plot. I mean, the plot is pretty much a CS1. Like, right now, all that's happening in this
Well,
game's
wait.
plot...
Sorry, go on.
All that's happening in this game's plot is we found our bold comrades. Why are they fighting there is just Cold Steel 1. And if you haven't played Cold Steel 1, I'm not sure I should explain it to you when you're watching Cold Steel 2. You should probably not watch because you're gonna get spoiled out of your own mind.
Right now we just learned Crow's motivation, which was basically Osborne brought Crow's country, or state or whatever, what has become the Jirai Special Zone, under the Empire's rule, and then a train tracks blew up there, and because Crow's adoptive father spoke out against Osborne, everyone turned on Crow's adoptive father, and I'm not sure if he died or committed suicide, but either way, Crow blames Osborne for his adoptive father's death.
Here is BB again.
Worst character.
Best character. Actually,
Best character,
Yeah.
worst thing to fight.
he became, to be fair, I don't think he became the best character until he got a voice. Until became a thing.
That is a really good voice line. Anyway, we're halfway there. This is
Wrong order.
What do you mean wrong order? This is my order.
Yeah, and It's wrong.
Is there another order?
No, this is my personal order for going through all these rooms.
Also,
What
all
do you
of me.
I'm actually interested.
I go Scarlet, Scarlet, Vulcan, Duvali, Ortina, McBurn, Xeno, Leo, Blue Blanc.
Ooh. That's weird. I like it.
I go around the outside so that when I finish on Blue Blanc, I'm right next to the stairs.
That makes sense actually. You do have a very bad diagonal though, from Scarlet to Valley. I don't know what's better.
I
I
don't-
also don't care
I'm
enough.
quite
about
positive
that.
there's no best path.
Yeah, it's probably like a second difference at most.
Yeah.
Movement is really fast with turbo. Anyway, this is the last cutscene finally. We get to find Princess Elfin, who, if you recall or if you remember prologue, you'll remember that she got kidnapped by Altina alongside Brienne's sister. We don't really care about Brienne's sister anymore. Like, Brienne just kinda forgets that.
Damn.
Don't worry about it.
And this is also where we learn how to go into Demon Prince mode, as it has been dubbed, courtesy of Xanadu. But after intermission, we don't use it again until the end of finale.
合点ですわ。
Yeah, Rin, like, excuse me. Like we said, Rin is very underleveled during the run, so his damage is kind of worthless. So in the end, we just
あ、
only use it
ほとんど
here,
汚れてい
and
ませんね。
well, we don't even use it here. It's just forced here,
心臓感
and then we
だから
use
みたいです
the
ね。
very end fight because we kinda have to use Rain for damage because of how Taurus works.
Also, worst vent in the game.
Yeah, this vent is slow for some reason.
Even on turbo, this vent is slow.
Yeah. Like there's the vents are slow by themselves, and this is slow vent.
気品区画は通り過ぎたみたいです。
Anyway, we're there. We actually get to play the game, and this part is pretty much just S-break everything. However, there's no S-break refill. Well, there is S-break refill. It's just
And
not for the first enough fights, basically.
also, Shin is a
you're gonna-
madman.
Oh, is he gonna go for the dark matter thing?
He has every time I've watched him for the last
Oh
little
no,
while. I don't know if he plans on doing it though.
he better now. I'm hyped. He dodges.
その前
Normally
に
you'll farm CP here to actually hit another S-break on the next fight. But what Shane's gonna do is that he's gonna do a more risky strat where you use Dark Matter on the next fight while using Alpha into tank. And that allows you to not have to farm, but it's a bit more risky because
兄さん
the soldiers in this fight
just-
can summon enemies. And sometimes the enemy just spawns too far for your S-break range.
He's a maniac.
It's looking good so far.
A maniac.
行きます
And you said he has got 71 CP from a single Dark Matter because True Gladiator Headband is
俺の
strong.
番だな。
Yeah, this is good.
That's a good part.
この手で。しかし殿下、見事なアーツの腕ですね。
そうですか褒められちゃいましたリーンさん
俺の番だな。よし、次に行こう。
This fight is really annoying to dodge, which is why she just took it head on without even trying.
このまま甲板を目指
Because
す。
you have to open the door and the door stops your movement. So if it stops your movement in a bad spot, the enemy just hits you in the back and has any advantage, and green just kinda dies and you're screwed.
Can you get the glitch here that where you just start running around in circles on no turbo?
Not sure about
I
what
don't
you're
think
talking.
so. Yeah, sometimes when you jump up, a green just gets stuck on geometry.
Oh,
Like
okay.
I don't think you can get it on no turbo, but I'm not sure.
I've had it happen to me once. He did break out of it, but
I
it
saw
suddenly
Float
killed
on
my
the
run.
And we're here, 1v1, Green versus Crow.
If you
This-
remember from back before Blue Blanc and Otina, we got an Impassion and put it on Reen. This was why.
Technically, you could steal Impassion from Laura.
Sounds slow. But yeah,
俺の番だ
this fight is weird because Crow has two kinds of attacks. He has that one, and that's between 1.5 and 2k. And then he just has what we call strong attacks, that just do like 4k or 3k. And if you get really unlucky, he has the strong ones, you just kinda die unless you heal like Shin did for safety. So it's kind of annoying.
俺の番だ
Come on, hit me.
Stop trying to hit me and hit me.
Oh dear, this is big bonk. Okay, Reen, you got one
Oh,
job.
俺の番だな
Don't miss.
Yes, that's
マ
what
ジかよ
I was afraid of.
Nice.
見たかよし掴んだ
Yeah.
You
There's a pretty real chance that Crow can actually kill you in that fight if you're not careful.
It's a consistent fight, but it's also A, annoying because of the strong attacks thing, and B, pretty tight.
Well, the rescues
Like
here.
I've had that fight go relatively well, and I thought I was doing well, but I've also in those same fights I've lost 10 seconds to him.
So here they let us escape for some really weird reason.
Oh,
Because
because everyone's
anime.
arrived. You don't really want to fight, have a whole full-blown fight.
I don't know, dude. Ouroboros isn't really a joke.
Neither is Bander, man. Not
Yeah, but-
Bander, Arsen.
And all of our
My man
people.
Victor is really strong.
I reckon McBone could probably take us all.
Yeah, McBurn is. Yeah.
Doesn't
mean-
Victor just kinda take McBurn? Oh, later on.
We don't know that yet.
We really don't, do we?
Well, we don't know how that fight ends.
We do not know that actually.
Actually, I do, because I spoiled myself like
Oh,
an
no.
idiot. But I'm not
Oh
gonna say.
no.
This is probably the longest cutscene, or bunch of cutscenes.
Yep.
And we get to see Captain Toa.
Everyone's favorite mascot.
It do be like that.
McBurn sounds like a very bad milkshake.
Yeah.
I love this. I actually love this.
Oh no, Akri is gonna order some McBurn milkshakes now.
I love this. You're a genius, Rinerlude.
So yeah, we got a ship now.
Which is both very useful and very useless.
It gets us places.
Since we're speed running, we're just gonna go to like the required places, so that's why I said it's kinda useless. But it does get us places fast, so that's good.
Everyone gets some boots.
We're forced to take Gaius even though we don't want him.
Our party is large enough That even if we have to take characters that we don't really want, we can just shove them into reserve and then never use them again.
So
So
this
you're
is
gonna
like
see that our party is actually just these four that we're using
Yeah.
right now.
yeah, this part
Pretty
is gonna
much.
be for almost the whole game.
There's a couple sections where we don't have Sarah, and in those sections, she's usually replaced with Elisa.
Yes. Essentially, this party is just really good because we've got Rin, who, like we said, is relevant always because of Overdrive, and also Rin has Motivate, which is a strength buff, so that's always useful. Like that's just always useful. Then we have Fee, who has 100% evasion right now. By the way, Fee literally has 100% evasion.
Does she? I thought she only had like 90 or 95.
Well, she has 30 by default, right? And then I think the
Well,
Well,
it
all
gives
I know is I
20
still get
and
heat.
Falco is 50.
no, yeah. How much is the jacket again?
20%.
Oh, 30, pl-
Yeah, so it should
30,
be
20, and 50 is 100. All I know is Fee still gets hit sometimes. So
Yeah, it's
Uh,
your
fake
buff
money.
run.
There are some attacks, mostly crafts, that cannot be dodged from enemies.
And if your inside buff runs out, you just only have 50. You don't have 100. You have like 3 turns. It's 2 turns right now, where you have 100%. I also, there's probably enemies that have like extra accuracy, especially if they have the inside buff. But anyway, Fee has 100% evasion, so she's really useful for just tanking everything. If you put her in front, enemies just target her pretty much always. And then we have Sarah and Million for our damage, because A, the rest crafts are the highest level test crafts. We can, well, that's a lie. Technically, Demon, Prince, Rin, craft is stronger than than Sarah's and Millions. But Rin has like no damage, and it also takes 100 CP to set up, so it's not really useful. So aside from that, Sarah and Million have the highest level test crafts.
and
So that's
the
really good.
S-crafts also hit the entire field, which
Yeah,
is very
and that's
useful.
the other thing. You don't care if enemies move around like you do for some other crafts. Like, it just hits the entire field, so you don't care about RNG.
Alright, so we're back in Nord. Obviously, we're going to use the horse, right?
Yeah.
What else
Not
would you
really.
possibly use? Definitely not a motorbike.
よし行く
Well,
ぞ
No, not a
we're
motorbike.
using the orbital bike now.
Yeah, but we said
Yeah.
not a motorbike.
And apparently only Rin knows how to ride it.
Well, he did get the
Unless we
training
have a
in
sidecar.
Code Steel 1.
Actually never bought the sidecar.
I did it on casual playthrough, but I
Same.
don't think I ever put anyone in it.
I don't know if I put anyone in it, I just know I bought it. But you get Imperial Chronicle issue. That's needed for the quest. Technically we're trying to find different students, like from other years, not class 7 students.
行こっか
And you need to give the Imperial Chronicle to one of those students for him to join you.
私の番ね
Here's another strat I hope you really like. Lefort S-Break.
You're gonna see a lot of it, so you better like it. This is pretty much the bread and butter of this run. Just double buff and then US break and you hope everything dies. There's many different ways of setting it up, so it doesn't really get too boring. But all of the fights do follow the same scheme.
Yes.
Yeah, that is in this for Rex. That's his name. The student's name. No, it's not Rex.
No, it's not
No,
Rex.
no,
Rex
no,
is optional.
Rex,
Yeah, Rex is the.
yeah. Rex is the guy. Yeah.
How is this man called? I used to know his name.
I can't remember.
Like being away from the game for like a month makes you forget the lore.
どこへ行こうか
Maybe he's Casper.
任せて
よし
Maybe he's
Maybe.
Casper. I just
He's
searched
not
on
a
Discord.
ghost.
Yeah, that is a ghost.
Back to the watchtower. Apparently I was asked
Lakan?
to delete this watchtower, but not sure about that.
Can we talk about this message in chat for a second? Lakan still has the win on his side. Lakan is so broken. Because if you remember Prologue, you punched that Magic Knight with Valimar. And then he's just back right there. And now Lakan just one-shots him. And he's gone forever. Like, just how strong is Lakan in game? That he's stronger than
Lacan,
Valimar.
Victor, Cassius, any parental figure in this series is much stronger than you are.
But they are stronger than Valimar.
Yet, it's us who have to save the world.
Imagine if Lakan just shows up at the final union, everyone just runs away. It's the power of parenthood. Anyway, Tier 1 is one of the few quests we actually have to do. We also have to do quests in Tier 2, but they are much shorter.
どこへ行こうか。
Finding students just takes a fair amount of time, especially in no turbo. This is actually really important, and we're actually gonna aim twice, because your CP carry over between parts, or even in between the same part. So we're gonna carry this 300 CP that we're gonna get from here all the way to the boss of this part, and then we're just gonna one-shot them.
Because unfortunately, we don't have access to hotels yet.
Oh yeah, his name is Casper. Grab one of the twins here. BB.
Yeah, it is BB, okay. And with that, we're done. We can actually go into the worst mech fight of the game. So it's not really that good either.
Oh, my stream fell behind quite a bit.
And here we have to report to Oliver.
Yep, this is a forced report.
Okay, Oliver, we get it. Commence operation.
So this party actually doesn't really matter, aside from a couple of characters that we're gonna grab for damage.
Except for,
It's just the same characters as always.
yeah, Fee, Sarah, Millium, and Laura.
So pretty much Alice is just there because she's the first character, so she's the fastest to grab. We're never gonna use her.
And we're forced to take Elliot, I believe.
Yeah, both Elliot and Sarah are lucky.
Right, this is one of the rare situations where you get 8 people. I think. Sorry, no, 7 people. Not 8. I can't count.
You do sometimes get 8, but I don't actually know where. I think it's just oh, no. I don't know if you get 8 on 2-3.
So the trick to this fight is we want to kill both or destroy both the front mechs at around the same time. But, well, it's not hard, it's just very easy to lose time here.
This fight's terrible, pretty much.
Yep.
The Spiegel, which is the commander mech that's on the back, it has way more delay when it's actually on the back than it has on the front. So that's why we want to kill them both at the same time. But that's really hard to do, and also none of these two mechs have 100% balance on them, only when they're actually using skills. And Rain is very underleveled, so Valimar is really underleveled, so you don't really want to tank those skills. So it's kind of a game of knowing how much you can tank, when you have to dodge, when you have to heal, if you have to even defend sometimes. And all in all, you also want to keep the double strength buff up with Laura. So it's just really hard to make the right decision every time. None of these mechs are actually scripted either. Some of mech fights are just... The mechs always do the same thing, they're scripted. That's not the case for these mechs. So you can't really just say, just follow like notes that tell you what to do every turn. You just have to get a lot of practice with it. And eventually you'll start making the right choices.
Unfortunately, I'm not getting them balances.
That kinda sucks. Hey, this is not a motorbike, it's a normal bike. Please, this is a lore friendly term.
Lower for the terms. Come on, I need one more imbalance. Okay, nice.
I don't know if we've talked about this, but Laura's it's not necessary. Laura's Unite attack on the mechs, so the 5 area points 1, also seals. So that's really useful at some points.
Horrible bike romance option.
I'd do it.
Have to morning one this, unfortunately.
You should be okay, at least.
Am I gonna be at 89? Yep.
Are you?
Mm-hmm.
No.
There it is.
You might trigger an unbalance, or... Actually, not even an unbalance saves it, so... Yeah. 109.
There goes mech number 1.
Too unfortunate.
Green just does very little damage with the double buff out, which is why it's really easy to lose time on this fight. As soon as you drop the double buff, you just do no damage. And dropping the double buff is as easy as making one wrong decision. Sometimes you can't even get the double buff.
So fortunately, Spiegel is easy to decide what to target because you always just
I'm
target
gonna
the body.
heal for safety. Can't trust Spiegel. Had enough deaths with this guy.
私の番。私の番。聞いてるわ。
Unfortunate.
いいわね。私の番。
This should be enough.
Oh yeah, definitely we can balance.
お疲れ。
Alright. So now with the worst mech fight in the game done, we can go inside Twin's Dragon's Bridge or the Forge. And we're just gonna rush to the end. There's no pictures we have to take, we don't have any chests or anything. But this place is kind of a labyrinth, so you need to know where you're going. There's a lot of events that you have to take, and not all of them are too obvious. So having the map in your head is kind of important.
Yeah, I don't know. I have more trouble with Oryx Fort than this place.
Oryx Fort is also not that intuitive, I guess, yeah.
3階に来たけど。最上階は上。
So as floor 1, we just have to do this
僕の
floor
番だね。
where
任せな
the
さい。
boss.
Where's Sarah now? How did that happen?
Magic.
しかし邪魔な積み荷が多いですね。
Swapping in bands doesn't really take away your speed, so that's normally where we swap when we wanna be a different character. Assuming there is a band on the dungeon, of course. No, the outro chapter is also in this run, is that right? This run is all the way to the very end.
見えないかしら。
We go all the way to Lower Lucif, whatever.
Hello, Superbia.
White Lower.
よし、ここが最上階か。
それじゃそこの部屋に姉さんが。
We're gonna do an orphan menu here. We're gonna craft some stuff. We're not gonna equip it yet. That's okay.
This is, yeah.
It's basically just set up for the next chapter.
And back to the standard party. And it is important in this fight to S-craft with Sarah
私
last
の番だね。行く。ええ。
to make sure you
Sarah-
kill both enemies at the same time.
Sarah's craft has a stun percentage. I think it's actually... Is it 100% still?
Yes, it is
or it just-
100%. And these guys have like 30% weakness to feint.
And something that we've mentioned is that green is very low level, but at the same time green levels are very important because like we said, Valimar's stats are 100% based on green's stats, like his own level. So since there's a lot of 1v1 mech fight, you want a lot of Valimar stats. And in order to do that, aside from equipping Mega on him, like we've done, we're also gonna try to get as many XP multipliers as possible,
As we can.
so that he ends up being a reasonable level that he can take on mech fights.
That's a pretty late megalith level up, have to say.
It's usually okay.
It's
mean-
probably the latest one I've seen.
Yeah, I think it's very late, but it should work out.
will be red
So
conned.
with that 2-1 done.
Oh,
we're moving
it's
into
almost done.
Well, there's nothing to do in Celtic anymore, sir.
There is to do the
Just go to
interest.
sleep.
Oh, this is true actually.
Yep, so that we can go into Act 2 with 200 CP.
I kinda forgot this existed.
And here Becky joins us.
Yeah, 2-2 is a lot more manageable. The mech fight is a lot easier. Well, it's very consistent rather.
Because it is another suicide fight.
The optional quests are really short. You don't have anything like finding more students, which takes a million years.
Also, we got Instructor Thomas too. That guy with the weird
Ah.
glasses.
You don't have to worry about Instructor Thomas. He's no one important.
You sure about that?
I'm pretty positive, yeah.
I mean, he isn't important in this game mode. Kappa.
It's not really important in any game mode except for the one I made up.
Yeah,
Or run.
if you forget to recruit Becky yourself, she joins you, but you don't get the AP bonus for that.
Yep, the same holds true with the twins at the end of Rua.
And with Clara here, which is very unfortunate. Because if she didn't join you, we will actually get her, and 2-1 will be very
Oh,
nice.
are you kidding me? I heard the sound that it equipped. Is Church evil in this one? I know Church is evil in the Tales games.
I
every
mean, it's a
time.
JRPG, the church has to be evil.
Damn.
I just
Never trust
like
the Church in
I bought
JRPGs.
Fire Emblem 3 houses yesterday, and there's no
Oh,
church,
God.
so I already know who they belong to. Like, I don't even need to continue.
The
I will continue
church,
playing. It's very
the
fun.
church and three houses. Don't get me
It's
started
obviously
on that.
And
I
chance they're
am-
selling elixirs.
I am very strongly against zealotry, and that church is super zealotry.
Anyway, this is the last suicide fight, I believe. I don't think you die on purpose at the other point.
No,
Oh yeah, you do. An epilogue, yeah.
Oh yes, yes, yes.
To the sniper grandma. You can technically win this fight, so it's not like the other suicide fights. Like it's it's
But it's
hard.
quicker.
It's not impossible, but it's hard. And B, it's very slow. So you just kinda die. And
But
that's
if you
it.
do try to win it for whatever reason with speedrun strats, you get a prologue to the next mech fight. It's pretty.
Yeah, this is not required and we can just suicide. But yeah, in a category like max CP, this fight is required to do. It is probably one of the hardest like mech fights, at least the moment you approach it for the first time.
It's fairly easy on normal. I can imagine it was quite difficult for your nightmare run.
Yeah, it's actually quite difficult, but there is a consistent strat for Nightmare route. You can do 9 hard on Nightmare around level 73, 74.
The small equips there is just accessories that give like a bit of strength, CP regen, accuracy, that kind of stuff. It's nothing too big. Like well, there's a feint resistance one which is big. But aside from that,
Oh wait, this is
mostly
that
yes, we have
shrine.
them. I did
Ah!
You actually went to this shrine.
Yeah, dude,
Ooh.
it's
Oh,
so
no.
slow. I actually sometimes lose my touch where I'm actually going. It's fine. We're getting out of here.
Bye bye.
Not quite the right turn. A serene turn better, please. Yeah, it's apparently supposed to be this one.
This worm really hard fight, just the 3 aspects he does.
Isn't this like the worms that are like in every game?
Yep, these are abyss worms.
I remember doing the no S-break run, and these forms were really difficult.
Yeah, that sounds bad.
よし掴んだ。
やったね V だねいい感じね悪く任せな
I think my chat died. Either that or people have been quiet.
No, chat is active.
People are talking.
Yep, and my chat died. Let's fix that.
So we're done with the quest for this act. We're just going straight into plot now. The plot for the 2-1 was that Elliot's sister got kidnapped, so we just went over to where they were kidnapped and we liberated them. Because essentially on the entirety of Act 2, you just have the airship, right? And you're technically supposed to be like a third neutral faction, but in reality you're just working for the Imperial side. You don't ever go against the Imperial side, you just always go against the Noble side.
Resolution's so big in charge.
And then the Imperial side kidnapped Elliot's sisters, so you just went and punched them. Right now, the Imperial side is doing things in Ruhr, and they have Angelica, which is one of your friends,
手強そう
in a
ね
bad spot, so you're just gonna go and punch them again.
We're using what Sarah taught us. If there's a problem, punch it.
What about a game that resolutes Anton's questline? He finally
punch
finds
it.
his love. So almost every chapter will be basically purchasing Reen's and Sarah's weapons.
We essentially need Reen's weapon because he like hits like a wet noodle.
Yeah.
So having his weapon kind of speeds him up a bit. And Sarah's weapon is just always really useful because she has Tauros on. She's our Tauros carrier. So her strength is essentially doubled. She does twice the damage she should
ル
do.
ーレ空港だったか。
So weapons are twice as effective on her pretty much. That's not really how math works, but you get it.
We were sort of experimenting with buying Fee's weapon here instead of Reen's, but we kind of just gave up on it.
Fee's S-craft damage is too low because of the rank.
This entire part is filled with almost kind of thing. We also tried to cut out this inverse that Shin's gonna do, and not really. It fell short. Like on the very last fight, it was very unfortunate.
Who is this?
Who really
Feels like
knows?
we've seen her before.
Must be a
Nah,
new
I think it's a
character.
random man.
We're doing it as fast as we can, Beef.
Yeah, this isn't turbo, we cannot go faster than this.
Hey, we will be already done with it, bro. We will probably fight them.
No, we're only 2 hours in. We wouldn't be finished the run.
No,
yet.
I mean finishing war.
Oh yeah, definitely. If this was turbo, we'd probably be like halfway into finale by now.
so we're kinda done with lore now. We just have to head to where the battles are. This is another gauntlet of sorts, like the one on the 1-2, the watchtower. There's just a lot of fights coming up. We don't really have time to heal or anything. So we're setting up menus right now so we can do the fights pretty much.
Oh, so that in that menu we just did there, if you were paying attention, you would have noticed we put Raven on to Emma, and then immediately took it off Emma for Taurus. That's important for much later in the run.
Yeah, due
鉄鉱
to
山
how
は左手の奥だったな
Master Quartz work, how they get swapped.
ぐるっと迂
Putting
回しまし
Raven
ょう
on first means that after all said and done, she will end up with Raven. So that's really useful later on.
And I also realized I lied earlier when I said we'd only see Emma's S-break once. We're going to see it again very soon. I am a filthy, filthy liar.
Well, we don't exactly
Guys,
get to see
agreed
it, but yeah,
with
we
you,
use.
So I guess in a film later too.
Mention of degenerates trails of waifu wars. You're not wrong.
There's no waifus in this game. They're slow. Like so, entering the mine, there's a fight at the start where we want to use Angelica's S-break because it's kind of a really bad S-break. It has like no range. But sometimes the enemies will spawn. Angelica isn't that strong, so we have to buffer. That's a start, which it's kind of implied.
俺の番だ
And
な
B,
Cannot
the
really-
enemies can't spawn too
ちょ
far
っと
apart.
まずいかな
So
Yeah.
you have to dark matter first, and it makes this fight way
ちょっ
Fortune-
と
longer
まず
than
いか
usual.
な
Though fortunately she comes with dark matter equipped, so there's that.
We wouldn't really need to buff here if we could change your monster parts, but we cannot.
I mean, yeah, if she could have Taurus, that would be broken.
やりま
Not broken, but it will be really useful. Next fight. This is why we equip Taurus on Emma.
敵
This
敵
is pretty much the only way Emma's gonna be useful. We just buffer, and with Taurus, she can kill all of these things.
Well, you
You
don't
got the
have
crit,
to
so
if you
she
go
doesn't even
critical.
need the buff. But now we enter what I like to call the Taurus Otsit, where we're just gonna swap Taurus after every fight. And that's why Emma ends up with Raven, because there's so many changes that in the end, Raven goes back all the way with her.
さーて私の番ね クリア
よしやったぞ
うんいいえ
Essentially,
Okay.
plot-wise,
へんなかなかの出来
I
だ
was gonna say you can occasionally get a bad turn order there, where one of the enemies will move, so you can't hit everyone with Fee's S-break.
yeah, Feast break doesn't cover the entire ground, it's just XL. So it can,
敵発
it
見
will eventually cover the entire ground in like 4 parts.
Anyway, you were saying about the law?
戦
Yeah, I was talking about the lore, but essentially, like I said, Angelica's in a spot that she really doesn't want to be in because of her uncle, so we're just going to punch her. Yeah, his uncle is currently.
We're gonna
in
punch
where-
him.
I think I said her, didn't I?
Yeah.
よし
Angelica's in a bad spot, so we're just gonna go up and punch her.
I mean, punching Angelica will also work. Maybe. Who really knows? Anyway, yeah, the uncle is in the rear headquarters, and we can't really just stroll up and go there. So the way we're doing it is we're going to the mines, and from there we're taking a train.
Well,
And the
unfortunate.
train will put us all the way to the
Oh.
headquarters.
Oh, yeah, that is unfortunate.
You kind of really want Sarah on this ambush because she has breaks and the ambush is done. Otherwise, you just have to wait it out.
Oh, we're actually gonna wipe.
すみません皆さん
Are you?
Ooh, wow, yeah.
Oh, you really are, aren't you?
As long as one person manages to survive until you get a
Yeah,
turn,
Green
it's
died
fine.
so good though because that Johannes is useful.
Yeah, that 200 CP is a bit important, but...
At least enemies cannot block each other, so if we're lucky we may survive, but we are not.
Probably better to reload it to save.
Why not just read Nescraft? A, we need that 200 CP for the actual boss. And B, it just does like no damage.
Is this the last one?
Should be. It usually starts you on the last one.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Oh, we got it right now.
That's actually
There
a
we
really
go.
good save.
That's what we want.
さあやった
よし掴んだその先の
And so with the train gun, we're actually going to the Rayford Company's headquarters.
And fortunately, we get a CP heal after the train.
We're in with like all 19 levels in the Rema. Oh, don't worry, it will get worse.
いいへへへ
Much worse.
だねやった
Yeah,
And
Reen
May I
usually...
remind you that this is with Megalith equipped, so he's getting way more XP per fight than he should be.
By the end of finale, Reen is usually, if you're lucky, just barely over 100.
Yeah, it's like a 30 level difference. Why is Reen so under leveled? Because the way it works, right, is that the game, after every part, since you can have taken any one party, the game just level sort your characters to the level it considers you should be for that party. So that if you're playing casually, you can take one team and then you can just swap your team around instead of being locked to one team forever. But since Reen is always in your party, he never gets leveled.
多分
So
ハイデル取
he just
締
falls
役が
behind because of
制
this
御
big
してるん
one.
だと思いますふふんお宝
Now I don't think expected level is ever like 130 because your characters end at 130 on a finale. And the game doesn't level them up to 130 obviously, so
12回これで半分くらいかしら
Ah, the old samurai robot.
行き先え
good
それじゃ
fight.
またね
Sometimes, other times really bad fight. The way the Samurai Road works is that we don't have Chronoverse yet. This is pretty much the last fight where we don't have Chronoverse. But he's very weak to delay. So we're gonna kind of try to never let him get a turn. But it's a bit RNG-ish, and also if you get a button order, what can
Yeah.
状
happen
況を考えると
is that he starts and then he does his death blow move onto Fee
Which-
and Fee just dies and then your fight is just fucked forever. You have to
Yeah,
kill
watch
yourself every
language.
try.
任せて
It has happened to me, and then when I retried, it happened to me again.
Perfect.
And Shin was there to see that.
Yeah.
It's very rare, but it can happen. It's very annoying.
ここが23階取締役フロアです
Good That's a good
So we
thing
wanna-
apparently.
任せて
We have a decent turn order there. Hopefully, if V gets a delay off.
参る行くぞ
But she did.
Oh,
But
receive.
yeah,
Oh, yeah,
Yeah, we want to immediately start this fight off with an Sarah S break to get rid of all the ads. Then it's basically
US Overdrive Sarah, and that basically removes her entire delay, which is quite big because Taurus increases the delay. And then it's just a smooth sailing from then on US Punch until she gets 200 Biagan and US SP and fights.
チャンス
This road is new to me. Yeah, it's pretty new. I made it, so it was like way after you start running.
and because Reen and because Reen has impede, he occasionally will get off like that and AT delay off just a basic attack, so you don't have to waste CP with him.
He also has Arc Slash, which I believe we used once at
私
least.
の番ね
You
And that has
generally
a
use it.
delay.
Yeah, you generally use it in the overdrive.
今だ
There's a delay. This is the only time we actually have to use it. Like any other time we just spam Chrono Burst and oh, that missed.
チャンス
That was probably pointless to do the link attack. Where they have 5.
I mean, yeah, you have the crit, so it's kind of pointless to do anything pretty much. And now we're going into the mech fight of this part, which is a one-on-one mech fight, which is the Goliath.
だね
And it looks a lot tighter than it really is.
Yeah, pretty much. This fight is... If you get scared and heal, you pretty much die. But if you stick to the plan, it always works.
This fight took me a lot longer than it should have to learn properly. Goliath, I mean, not Samurai Robot.
So since it's a 1v1 fight, we're going... Sorry. What we're gonna do is that we're gonna have Sarah, and then we're gonna delay the enemy the mech forever. Because even though you're gonna see him and he shouldn't be too fast, he is really fast. He can easily double turn you with a double debuffs, I mean. So it's pretty bad. We use the strength up once.
Yeah, the Goliath
for
strat
sure,
is pretty much use Sarah to keep his speed and strength down, and once you get him to around 110k or thereabouts, you prepare a double strength buff and then finish him off with a Heavenly Slash Unite.
And yeah, the overdrive used to be at least on Ring at the very start to get the buffs on, to like start recovering CP.
え
Yeah. No JP strats. We've tried
That's
to
it.
lap JP strats, but they just seem slow.
Goliath is one of the two unique mech fights in the game where the enemy only has body and arms to hit, though his... No wait, no, he's the only one because Vermilion has head.
He
Because
does
his
have two
left and
arms,
right arms
so
are
that you
two
can
separate
use the
targets.
right- Yeah, pretty much. And they have different imbalance points. Or unbalanced rankings, I should say. Having this double debuff up is really important because if you don't, he just pretty much kills you in 4 hits. And like something like that. And he's also, even though he's huge, he's really fast for some reason.
It is basically fake Patamata.
私の番だ
I mean, he really does hit like a wooden. Yeah, he really does. This is pretty much just farming bravery points at this point. Without the strength buffs, Green doesn't really do damage, or Valimar in this case, because he's very underleveled. This is, mind you, with the power orb 1 and 2, which is pretty much all you're allowed to craft so far. So our mech is pretty much as strong as the game will allow us to. And he's still just doing no damage.
聞いてるわ。この写真。
Oh, you're not even gonna drop the buffs. I don't think you are.
I don't think it was Ouroboros that made Goliath.
What the hell, Vulcan? What are you doing?
Oh no.
That's a bit early.
His third stance he's doing right now doesn't have any guaranteed imbalance points, and it also does a lot of damage.
Yeah.
So that's very bad basically. He normally only does it when he's in kill range, so it doesn't matter. But sometimes he just goes crazy and does it immediately for some reason. I see that there he dropped the debuffs. Right now he only has one debuff. So what he does is he uses Heavenly Slash, and that paralyzes 100% like I said earlier. And then he basically just skips one of the turns where Goliath will do way too much damage the rest of the time.
He actually double turned me there, what the hell?
He's fast, man. Now we're just swapping to Laura, setting up double strength buff to kill. This was exciting content for sure. It may be exciting because Shin just ran out of CP for her Heavenly Slash.
Yeah,
If he
this
gets
was
an
I
eye,
was
it
worried
will-
about. It might happen.
It's okay.
Like that double turn kinda put me off.
Yeah, it was a very bad double turn to get. Alright, so that's tier 2 then.
Not sure if you guys knew, but the cannon shot is actually 6,000 damage compared to the hand, which is 10,000.
How much is the third stun? Because it
No,
has a lot of
no idea. I never tanked that. I know it does a lot.
If you tank it, you're just dead, so it has much.
Yeah, I got no idea either. I've never taken a hit from it.
Said no one. Hey, Rin does get really shocked by that, and now he's depressed. Even though the man has tried to kill him like 3 times.
Yeah, but Reen's not a killer.
Yeah, this makes sense.
He's a 17-year-old student who has been
I do
thrown
agree
into a
with Rin's
war.
character in that sense. Like, he's just a 17-year-old student who's thrown into all of this shit. He probably doesn't want to kill anyone.
ランクアップだね。はい。学院からの得点だよ。ああ、大変だったね。こんな感じかな。
Like, so Q3 is the start of no quests, basically. Both Tier 3 and Tier 4 have no side quests that we have to do. We just immediately going to plot. And what we're gonna have to do is collect some ore for this guy that we're talking to right now, Professor Smith. Because he wants to forge us a weapon. This is not... It's not that we want him to forge a weapon. I mean, that too, of course. But he's the one who wants to forge the weapon because he's the kind of crazy scientist every anime
Smith is a
has.
jerk. He only cares about his research and whatever he's researching at the time. He doesn't care about the consequences or what people do with what he's researching.
I respect it, you know. I don't agree with it, but I respect it. This party is actually the exact party unit. There's no filler in this party, which is rare. Because we're gonna have to open a chest, a monster chest, which means that we have to expect to kill it or we just die because of how underleveled we are. And the only real way we have doing that is Laura right now. And then we also need Emma to open the shrine itself. That's just required by the plot.
Now,
So
we
even though
could
we kinda
kill that
want-
chest with probably Sarah or Milliam, but then we wouldn't have the CP for the boss.
Yeah, we need it for the boss.
どこへ行こうか
We wanted to fit Alyssa in this party at some point
お
to
宝
unify a
見
couple
っけ
menus, but yeah, it's just
私の
she
番
just
だ
doesn't
ね
fit, basically. Alyssa can't kill the enemies on the monster chest, even though we tried.
This is also where we get introduced to what we were introduced to at the very end of Cold Steel 1 speedrun. Switches that require a set type of attack. In this dungeon, it is flames that require slashing, I believe.
Don't worry, we
However-
want to slash them.
However, Fee's guns are special.
The entire game is kind of messed up with attack types in the sense that one character can have more than one attack type.
どうか気をつけ
Sarah,
て
for example, has 3, or Fee also has 3. So you just use them forever, and it works. This shrine is also weird in the sense that it only has 1 level. The shrines also usually have the starting level, and then they have the
どうか
depths.
気をつけて
This shrine
this
only
is-
has depths.
Yeah, this is the only shrine you can't go to in Act 1, though.
Oh, I didn't know that actually. Can you come here in CS1?
No, I don't think you can go into any of the shrines in CS1, you can just see them.
I don't know.
No, I don't think you
only-
can even see them.
Maybe
can
not.
def-
I'd spend a...
I saw the areas, not the like ground shrine casually. I
Oh,
also
so
feel
this...
like I went inside, but I might not have done so. I'm not sure.
危険度
People
大
can disagree with me all they want, but this is one of my favorite audio tracks in the game.
I replaced the audio track.
Oh, then you clearly disagree with
どう
me.
か気をつけて
I think I put in the ancient quarry one.
この程度私の番だねこれは珍妙な
So this is the monster chest that we have to do. We buff Laura, we just roll with her, and we hope that they die. Which they did, nice.
Yay! Thing works out for Shin.
任せなさいやりま
That's technically damage rolls, but not really technically.
手強そうね
A
Well,
lot of times people leave, and then they hit you, and then you die. And it's
got
really
the
bad.
best squads, Carnage. 150 strength, just for 150 defense sacrifice. Any day.
We don't care about defense.
Yeah.
We just never let enemies hit us, so who really cares about defense?
This next boss fight that we're coming up to has also seen a bit of development in the last little while. It used to be we would overdrive, double buff, strength, attack burst, and then spam S breaks. But we've tweaked it slightly. I'm not exactly sure how Shin is going to do it because he does it slightly different to me.
I still
Or at
do
least
build,
last
but
time I saw
I
it,
can't really
he did it
help.
slightly different to me. But the general idea behind this new strat, the tweaked strat, is we don't want to use Overdrive. We still double buff strength, and then we just attack a couple times and hope we get a break off to use rush or burst.
There were well, two things. The first one, this was a steals buffs, so that's really bad. You really don't want to let him get too many turns off, because then at some point he's just gonna remove your buffs. That's bad. And B, we want to overdrive a fight that's coming up later.
Yeah.
And what we used to do is we just farm the overdrive up, but if you don't use it here, that's just better. Okay, that's a nice break.
You got a crit coming up, I would.
Yeah, that's why I waited for the guaranteed kill.
Yeah, the crit will definitely make it happen. Yeah, because if you, for whatever reason, don't do enough damage to this boss and it manages to survive your S-crafts, it will heal up and you will just have to reset.
Every Magic Knight heals in this game pretty much. And if they heal, you don't have damage, because our strats are not geared towards them healing. You're just screwed.
I also really like the model for the Orichalcum.
Time for some sad times.
Get your Bible thumps ready.
But first of all, we need to rest.
Shout outs to this innkeeper and the shopkeeper for keeping their inn and shop open while their town has been attacked. Truly, truly dedicated.
Where can I make that money?
So the reason we didn't warp out of that building to the Celtic markets is because you can't warp out of there until you leave.
There's a lot of places like that in this run actually, where there's a cutscene just as you leave something, so the game doesn't allow you to just warp out.
The same holds true for this building as well. And Bible thump for our friend Otto here. I didn't really care for him myself, but you know, whatever.
Yeah.
But I'm a monster.
It's probably the only, casualty in this game.
That
Oh,
and
there's
Vulcan.
Vulcan too.
Well,
You know, the person we literally just killed.
well, he was the enemy.
He was the enemy, so it doesn't count. Shin 2019.
Pretty much.
You better hope Shin never considers you his enemy. Alright, so we're about to go into the second worst mech fight. This one's
You
the worst
wanna give
for
us
a
some
very
less
different reason.
RNGs.
2-1 was the worst mech fight because it was way too hard. This one's just the worst because it has RNG. There's not a single guaranteed spot to unbalance the guest roll, which is the mech we wanna fight. At best you have 75%, which is to win a skill. Normally it's 50%. And it really doesn't feel like 50 or 75, let me tell you that much.
And it does not.
A lot of casualty for the soldiers on the both sides. This is true.
Yeah,
But
but
mostly
we
it's
don't
my
see
name
those.
casualties. So you actually have to defend on this part because above gets rolled less out of damage. Oh, well, she doesn't do that much damage. She's not Vulcan, but Green's very weak, pretty much.
Yeah, unless things
So-
go really, really bad, you shouldn't need to heal in this fight.
So we just defend here, and then we just don't ever need to heal. And now we let the lottery begin, where we just punch the body and have a 50% chance of getting a hit in. If we do get a hit in, we get an unbalance every time. But it's not worth it, man. I would rather just be able to hit normally. Something you can do is that you can just throw out random skills because your skills can't miss. But that means there isn't CP and also it delays you more.
It would be nice she would change her stance.
Yeah, she's idling. Literally immortal right now.
There we go.
Once again, we're just actually doing a stance, which is 75% to actually hit her. And we don't really care about the damage. Which is down.
2 hits. I expect no
As soon
more.
as we hit her 5 times, she's dead. Because we can just unite her and she dies. We just have to actually get those 5 hits.
Stay in your stance.
Finally interactive. At least she will die with like one more unbalance and then Halo and Slash.
Hey, there it is.
Hissed on it. Alright, so now just... Sure. Assuming we aren't lacking damage for the reason. Which we are. you.
There we go. Down she goes.
Very hard fight, this one. You just press a button and everything dies. Taurus is strong. The bad part of this fight, however, is the lore of it, because now Sarah's gonna get really tired and she's not gonna be on our party anymore. And what that means is that we actually have to cover for her by using Millium to put... She basically has to output enough damage to cover for herself and also Sarah. And in order to do that, we have no other option but to use Alyssa. Which just so happens, she finally gets Chrono Burst. This is the act when we unlock her, unlock Chrono Burst, and we immediately just craft the Polito. Orc Forge is once again kind of a maze. You have to know where you're going. There's a couple bends you gotta take, and some paths that seem like you can go through on the minimap are actually blocked by gates that you have to raise, but we're never gonna raise a gate. Oh, no, we do raise one gate.
We raised the very first gate, but that's the only gate.
But we didn't, yeah. So, the map can lie to you at times.
Also more vents, but these vents are quick.
At least they're not Pantacruel vents. I still don't know why those are so slow.
どうやら父は
Yes, star.
完全に守りに入ったようだ。だが必ず隙はある。
めんどい。任せて。バイバイ。なるほど。これは狭いな。
We're actually nearing the end. We have grabbed a couple chests here, and I kinda didn't talk about them, but one of them is a Sepid chest, which is mostly, aside from money like always, we just need the Sepid right now to be able to craft the attack course that we're going to equip to actually make Millium output the damage she has to output. And B, we're about to grab new material chest. Like I said at the beginning of the thing, just in case you don't remember or weren't here, your materials are really important in this game, because aside from upgrading your weapons, which is already really important, they also allow you to create the orbs for the mech, to upgrade the mech. And Rain is super under leveled, so the main way of actually getting mech stats are those orbs. So I want as many new materials as you can get without losing too much time. There's actually not enough new materials in the route, if you discount like the RNG ones. But we fight enough enemies that can drop materials that we usually do, I don't know. We equip Thor here and also instead of Angel. Even though it may seem a bit riskier because Angel allows Alyssa to rest with like her CP.
But
it's actually better.
Yeah, but Alyssa shouldn't die.
Yeah. That's point one, and point two is that the main way that Alyssa dies is you fuck up an input, or you mess up an input. So
language.
You end up wasting the Chrono Burst turn. And Thor maces can not use too many article arts.
甘いよ
So you end up basically messing
行くぞさあ
and then Alice doesn't die.
行こう行くよオーバーライズ
Now this one is kind of neat, where we just overdrive with Fee at the start. We used to overdrive with Alyssa,
行こうか
but if you overdrive with Fee, you can buff the same, and then you can stealth. And this is kind of counterintuitive because it means the enemies can't attack Fee, who's our tank. But Yuval is far enough that that doesn't really matter. Normally she doesn't get an attack off anyway. And when you're stealth, you always get a crit off, which is going to be really useful later on. But for now, it's just useful because it makes this fight not damage rolls. You used to sometimes need an race break on top of this, so you would like swap in Laura. But
私の番ね
with the stealth, you never need that.
私の番ね
ありがとう
Oh, there's gonna be some bonds.
私の番ね任せてちょうだい
ありがとう
ありがと
Good light line.
う
We actually don't use Alyssa or that much in this one. You're definitely gonna see her less than you are in CS1. Because there's a better way of recovering CP pretty much that we're literally about to get, right? We do get her on 2-4.
The start of the next act.
ありえませんわ
見たかよしやったぞ
やったわへへやったね
まあこんなもの
And with the volley dead, we just need not dead, she is almost out of the fight. We just need to complete Q4 to actually be done with Act 2 and then we can go into Finale. Q4 once again doesn't have any quests that we have to do. We just have to go collect the ore for Professor Smith.
Oh, where the hell did I go?
You went to Artisan Street.
We rest here for the fight that's coming up. Just like pretty much every act, we just rest.
Berea
for the start.
Hard basically just became the most important city in the game because it has a hotel we can warp to.
Rear also has a hotel, but it's slower. And the way hotels work is that they are just better ends basically. You pay twice as much as an ends, but they recover twice as much CP. So they are just faster by 1 interest. As a side note, we're not gonna do any bond events here, unfortunately,
Oh,
even
anyway.
though I wish Shane will do Gaius. If you did, you will
Oh, yeah,
actually
this-
be able to pick someone for the final dance. Bond events are pretty obviously slow, so we end up spending the final night alone. Bad man.
Yeah,
Rain
Reem
forever
motivates
alone.
himself there.
はい学院からの特典だよお疲れ様
Though I will admit the bonding scene for Gaius and Berea Hard is probably one of the better ones in the game.
Gaius is just good, man.
You get to experience the win.
Oh, look, something is happening in Crossbow.
If only it was localized, Kappa. Or if only you had actually watched Beef run it. Hoping chat has actually done that. Crossbow never feels bad, man. Not just Crossbow never, CS3 on PC never too. Anyway, plot-wise, last I kind of didn't talk about the plot in the last act. It's basically just uses his dad, burns the town, and then we just have to stop him at the request of the Noble Alliance themselves. I mean, on this act, there's nothing going on right now, so we get to actually visit the shrines and collect the ore again.
Yeah, this act is basically collect the ore so that Schmidt can make your awesome weapon for Valimar.
But before we do that, we're gonna have a pretty big feature. First, we're gonna go to Telegram and we're gonna do just mostly smoke grenades. These things.
Rings
These
and
things are actually
citrus
really
bottles.
important. Yeah. They prevent both feint and seal. Some of them prevent fail, some of them prevent seal.
I had 27. What the hell?
That's
Yeah,
what you're being
wow.
like.
Yeah,
よし行く
a
か
lot of your
And,
materials.
we buy the weapons and then we go to Isengard range instead of anywhere that we actually have to go for the plot. Because there's a cryptic refight here. It's like the second version of Sylvanum, I guess. And the quartz he drops is really good. It's essentially why we don't use Alisa too much. Because we can just stick this quartz on Fiend and she's better. This motorbike section is way harder than it looks, by the way. Because there's way too many curves and the camera doesn't adapt too well, and then you also have to dodge the enemies.
Yeah, I generally have a hard time making my way up here. Though I imagine it's easier on no turbo.
Yeah, I guess.
私の番だね。あ、
Right, so here's this fight. We actually used to do this fight after this act.
前
So right now we're even less,
ええ、
even more under level, so even less level than we used to be. So this fight is quite possibly the tightest fight, which is not to mean it's the hardest, it's just really tight. You have to do the exact things you have to do or else you just kinda die. And sometimes you even have to heal Green or someone else just so they don't die before you can actually get your stretch off.
I'm gonna BRB for a couple minutes.
ここは任せた。任せてちょうだい。任せてちょうだい。
ありがとう。
ありがとう。任せてちょうだい。任せてちょうだい。
So you just use Alisa, you record the CP up, and then you just S-Rig again, and then you swap Fabe again, because buffs get preserved when you swap people out,
ありがとう。
and then you use S-Rig with her, and hopefully this guy dies. I say hopefully because I think it's damage rolls. I have never had to believe, but I feel oh, if he gets the stun, then it's definitely not damage rolls. We probably don't even need to be. Stuns make you crit always, so that's pretty strong.
V だね。
So this one actually gives no XP. It just gives Sepith and this lost art.
We still get the crafts thing because the game has auto-leveled us to a level where you're supposed to get the other crafts, but you don't actually get the crafts until they're done with a fight. So the game just waits until we're done with this to actually run the code that checks for new crafts. And we've gotten one of the best quartzes in the game, which is the Precious Roar or the Roaring Dragon Gem. And what it does is that it's a low start, okay, so it uses all your EP, and it has a massive delay, but in exchange it has a very good effect, which is it just gives 100 EP, CP, excuse me, craft points
どこへ行こう
to
か。
every single of the characters that are in play. And what happens with this is that we can actually first we can negate the EP downside that uses all your EP by sticking EP cuts onto feet, and then when we've done that, we can use Chronoverse, which negates the second downside, which is the delay one. So what it essentially means is that we just Chronoverse with Fee, then we just S-break with everyone, and then we use Roaring Dragon Jump, or Tempest's Roar, and then everyone's ready to S-break again. So it's essentially just better Alisa. It takes less turns, and it allows us to have Fee in play, who's actually a good character, or good unit. I don't really want to say character, just in case there's Alisa fans in chat. This shrine, unlike the fire shrine, this shrine actually does have 2 floors. The first floor, the enemies are weak enough that any character that is not ruined just gets killed on the field. If you are ruined, you actually cannot do this. That's how underleveled he is. And then the second floor has normal leveled enemies, so you actually have to dodge things. These are the switches on this dungeon. They're supposed to use Trust, but Sarah, like I said, has 3 different kinds of attack assigned to her, which are Shoot, Trust, and Cut. So you can just slash the things and it casts Trust for some reason. And you can shoot this thing across, and that also counts as Trust. So
yeah, for some reason Fee cannot do that.
Yeah, Fee's gun is just shorter, so she doesn't reach. You can actually get every other switch with Fee, and you can even get that one if you go around. You just can't shoot it across. So you really wanna be around this one. And now with this switch we're done. We will normally need one more, but
oh man, look at that. Calculated.
Oh! With all hitboxes.
Yeah.
We're getting to the point where enemy advantages are actually really bad.
難敵だな
We're not quite at the point where every enemy has a death blow, but you still kind of just die if you get hit enough times. By enough times, I mean like 2 times. There is a glitch that happens, by the way, because we hit the last switch the second, so the game never actually removes that water. Sometimes it does, but more often than not it doesn't.
私の番だね
Oh, this is an alright, I guess. For
This is the first my ignite. We're gonna say in this, how's it called, in this sack, in this the part of the act. And the way every one of these fights is gonna work, because they all work the same, is that we want to motivate with Rin, and then we want to S-break and use Fee's CP recovery. We can't really change this order,
行こっか
because if you S-break before Fee gets turned, the enemies is gonna heal, and then you don't have enough damage. So that's one of the 3 bosses down. We get an ore here, and then we just go immediately into first barrier heart to actually recover our CP, and then we go into the second boss or the other shrine.
collecting the Zerum ore for the sword.
This second boss is the reason we actually got the seal and feint resistance things, because the next boss kind of that's a joke still. I agree with this man though.
Shouldn't be calling you out. And
But yeah, this the next boss both feints and seals, so it's
どこへ行こうか
annoying when it happens not with base, so we just buy the feint and seal prediction. That's the boss pretty much.
also, a fun little fact about these beginning area dungeons. The first half of these, if you go in with Vereen, you're not strong enough that, or you're not high enough level that the enemies run away from you.
Well, sometimes enemies run away into you.
Might not hold true for the second and third shrine, but I know it holds true for the first shrine of this chapter, not the first shrine, period.
厄介そう。気をつけた方がいいかも。手強そうね。気を引き締めなさい。お、なかなか強そうだね。
This shrine is technically the well, not technically. This is the shoot one, and since things are actually far away, we get to shoot them instead of just doing an nondescript attack like in others. You actually can try to slash the things, but it doesn't work. Probably because they are kind of high up, so your slash doesn't actually hit them. We don't actually know, we just shoot them.
心してかかるとしよう。
Slash around works when you're really pushing.
I missed it because I was making a coffee, but did you get the water glitch?
Yep.
Yeah, he did.
Nice.
We live in a society. Good meme. Like, so we're final here, second mining nut. It's essentially just the same strat. He's a bit tougher, so we sometimes have to throw in one more streak. But it's the same strat overall. We just motivate, and then once he gets thrown, we just break, and then we recover CP, and we just work it down.
任せて。私の番だね。アークス。
Sorry if you can hear my chat.
Ah, it's fine.
This isn't Tales of Hysteria, by the way.
Yes, 掴んだ。
やったね。
Spinimus thing is not here. Well, kinda.
So that's the second order collected. We only have one order left because we technically already collected one on 2-3. So all that's left is to go to that shrine, collect it, and then we can actually. This is technically blood, but you can progress with the more blood. This shrine is probably the worst shrine of them all. Not this shrine, the one we're about to do. It's probably the worst shrine of them all because,
どこへ行こうか。
Because
like I
William.
said, Sarah and Fee have 3 kinds of attack, but there's 4 shrines, which does imply that there's 4 kinds of attack. And the first one is like impact, and Sarah and Fee don't have impact. We have to use either Millium or Laura. I think Shane is using Laura now,
どこへ行こうか。
No.
任せて。
so
No,
we're actually
he-
gonna use Millium, who is by far the worst field character.
The only time Jin used Laura when you were watching him before, like, I don't know, a month or so ago, was because Milliam had just got annoying.
Yeah, Millium is really bad. Her field attack is very slow to begin with, so
And
it's really painful
s-
to use.
And it
And-
also just has bad targeting on the bridges.
It just has very wonky hitbox because the way her attack actually works is that she spawns the puppet that Millium has, and that puppet actually has collision. So sometimes the game decides it decides it can't spawn the puppet where it wants to spawn it, and it just spawns it like rotating or targeting somewhere else or whatever. You basically don't get attacked, and that's really annoying.
危険度大。そうか、気をつけて。
手強いぞ。
行こっか。バイバイ。
This shrine is actually really straightforward compared to others though, at least the second part.
Mm.
This first part is a bit messy, you do have to know where to go. But this second part is pretty much just a line.
The second
Like the
part,
detours are actually...
I was going to say, it does have some branches, but the
気をつけた方が
path
いい
is
かも。
pretty straightforward.
Yeah. There is a
This is-
clear path and then there's the branches, but it's kind of obvious there are branches.
Pretty much if you see a bridge that you got to knock down, you're going the right way.
We actually got a hit first try.
Yeah.
That's the
It's
most
rare.
annoying bridge by far.
Oh,
Your bridges
mistimed.
Okay.
難敵だな。
Oh.
心してかかるとし
That's
よ
a kind of a split trick you're gonna see him do sometimes. Millium's attack is slow. But it's actually better to cancel it with that screen in navigation menu. And then the attack immediately goes out of the way. Instead of having to complete the entire animation.
う。厄介そう。気をつけた
It
方がい
also
い
works
か
for
も。
making characters put out their weapons away faster. So like when you have to use how's it called, a ladder or something. You just do it and then you save not a couple seconds, but like one maybe how. Here we're going for the third fight in this act. Normally this will be a Manic Knight. It's actually not a Manic Knight. It's gonna be Grianos, which is Vita's pet or minion.
Familiar.
Yeah, that's actually the word I was looking for. Thank you. And it's honestly kind of the same strat, with the difference that our party is forced to have both Laura and Emma on it. So we're gonna have to waste our turns. And the way we're gonna do that is that we're gonna have to use Resonant Shell with Emma, because that A protects us against magic. And Grianos Master's Magic is very annoying because you can do anyone status effect, including Deathblow. And it also gives her like infinite delay. So that's good because we want Emma to go last. So we can swap her for Fee. And then Fee is in the same spot as usual, and she's just more intuitive to use for the refill. We also are not gonna motivate, we're gonna double buff. And that also gives us more time to actually get Fee and the other characters. She actually got too good of a bunch of alpha in order, which is actually bad. Because now when he swaps Milliman is not buffed and he has to buff her himself with the Onigiri. But aside from that, we just buff people, just wait.
Laura did get a turn. I don't know why you didn't swap Million on Laura's first turn.
I mean, it is for 430. So that's Rihanna's dead after this greenness break. And with that, we have all the ore we need, and we can actually go back. Oh, this is already main plot, but go back to progress and stuff.
よしよしやったぞ
なかなかの出来でやったねやっ
There's quite a big menu coming up after we return to the airship. This menu used to be in a different place, but we instead moved it here and we unified it into another menu, so it's even bigger now. And what we have to do is that we basically have to set up the entirety of Finale right now. Because after we're done with this part, we immediately go into Finale. And the main, George, which is the person we want to interact with this menu, is not in the same level as the Barton basically, so we basically want to be done with George right now, and also with the Mech right now, so we don't have to set it up for Finale, or like we don't have to set it up in Finale.
There's one thing we have to do in Finale with the Mech.
Yeah, I guess. So we basically exchange all separate that is gonna be used for like either attack words or chrono burst. And then we make a power orb tree. No, I'm sorry, HP orb tree.
HP of 3.
We equip it, and that allows us to do this fight a lot more safely. This fight is different to other fights in the sense that you can't freely change your partner. You have to choose a partner at the start and stick with it. And what that means is that we can't really swap between Sarah and Laura as we may do in other fights. We're just gonna have to stick to one of the two, and Laura is just faster because there's two enemies rather than one. So we'll pick Laura here and then we'll just try to buff to the best of our ability and kill enemies.
Fortunately, this Goliath takes a lot more damage than Vulcan, and this Kestrel is a lot easier to hit than Scarlet.
Yep. As a fun fact, if you pick someone, like if you match to a cutscene with Loisa, you can still complete this fight, but it's much slower. And it also messes up your final strats. Because picking Laura for this fight, on top of making this fight good, is going to give you enough bond with Laura that she becomes your default partner. So over on finale, we're not gonna have to swap Laura in, so she doesn't get delayed. But if you pick someone else, they get enough bond, and then you're kind of screwed. The strat for this fight is kinda easy. We just focus on the Goliath because his imbalances are way better than the Kestrels. This Kestrel can't dodge just like a Scarlet, he has dodges less. So we just focus the Goliath down, and once we actually have the 5 fury points, we try to one-shot the Kestrel.
Well, you know,
Shane is not really
if
getting
Goliath would give us bravery points.
75% by the way.
I think you mean 25%. If this, he literally just attacked 4 times and only got it once.
Yeah, I meant 75% to unbalance.
Yeah, I know, my joke is that it was 25%.
It is 3 AM for me, I can't really get jokes right now.
It's fair. It's like 12 for me. In the middle of the day, I mean.
No, this is unfortunate. No balance at all.
Single unbalance, an entire thing. That's
It
quite
happens.
something. Someone should run the numbers on that. Do you think you're gonna need to do a second seal?
Probably, yeah.
Very unfortunate. This is one of the worst things I've ever seen, and it is also not your fault. It's very annoying.
Pure RNG, not being in our favor.
It's also so rare for this to happen. And there we go. And now we still have to do another 2 fights that they are in the Mech this time around, this is normal. We basically have to punch the nobles who are defending the academy, even though they
We have to fight the bullies.
And it's a really easy fight, we don't even need to buff, we just do the Esprit. They die. Pretty much, it's really simple.
Now we remember all the good times we had in CS1.
We'll all lower. Even though CS1 was like, what, 3 hours ago?
Closer to 4 at this point. Having such a good time.
So here you just do 4 streaks, they die. On the next one you do 3 and they die. Very simple fights. Kind of, because we've set them up, also kind of just because these names are really weak. I don't think they're actually supposed to be hard either.
精進やったね。
まあこんなものか。やったか。
With that, so that's great. War finale.
よし、掴んだ。
いい感じね。
Occasionally the butler survives, unlike 1 HP.
やったね。
Yeah, he's strong. Celestin is very strong. Like, for some reason, he has way too much HP.
Who bullies the bullies? We bully the bullies.
But what if we are the bullies? Like, so finale is gonna split them in 2.
ランクアップだね。
The first part is the villa,
学院からの特
which
典
if
だよ。
you remember way back in
大
prologue,
変だったね。
Green's sister got kidnapped, even though he kind of
こんな
doesn't
感じかな。
remember, or at least doesn't ever feel like rescuing her.
Well, he doesn't know where she
So,
is.
I mean, I guess he has never actually mentions, hey, does anyone know where Elise is? Anyway, we actually know where she is now, starting in finale, so we're gonna go over there and rescue her. And it's Magus' one and only time to shine.
And Lecter has finally returned from Crossbell.
Golden pasta. We're gonna sell it.
He's the best name on the run.
You also no longer
I
need
just-
any of that tough onigiri.
We no longer need food because we're gonna get a better way of buffing. So we just sell our food, including the pasta that this guy lovingly prepares for you. Having a hard time following the story. Essentially, well, I mean, if you're here at this point, I assume you don't really care about getting spoiled.
I think Raven.
So in the earlier game, a civil war broke out, how do you say it? Broke out. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yep.
And now we're trying to make it end as quickly as possible. What we've
By
done right
remaining a
is
neutral party in quotation marks.
a neutral party that only ever helps one of the sides. But yeah, we just basically freed up our economy, and then there's only the capital left for the noble faction.
It's pretty much the plot in a nutshell, Nayute.
So we're gonna ignore all of these quests, like all of them. We're not even gonna get off the airship. We're just gonna go over to the kitchen, and then we're gonna buy a better way of buffing, which is the strength elixirs. These are really good because they give you a double buff with a single use, and they also recover 30 CP. So that's honestly pretty good at multi-purpose. We can just force feed them to people sometimes to recover CP, and we can also use them in fights to actually double buff. That's why we'll salt our food. And then right after this menu, we're just gonna immediately go to the villa where
There is another gauntlet fight.
Yeah, there's another gauntlet fight, and there's Reen's sister, Amakias' dad, which is why Makias is forced here, and we actually use them.
Some more people that like to ride their tanks.
Also, another important event that's happening at 12 on the dot. This battle cannot start until the clock hits 12. Now we can fight.
So we're actually getting back control of our character back now, and we get the gauntlet fights, like Mega Soldier said. Most of these fights are just buff and then S-break. So right here, for example, we just S-break with Makias, and then we fight dance because of how strong Tauros is pretty much. And then we just keep swapping Tauros because once again it's a pretty long gauntlet, so there's different people we wanna S-break with to just juggle our CP. We have 200 CP on every character right now, but since Fee recovers CP, we kind of want to spend our CP on as many characters as we can before we actually use the skill or the art. We're actually gonna have to buff Fee here. It's the first strength elixir we're gonna use.
敵集団私の番ね ありがとう。
よし掴んだ
And now we're well, it's not really a detour. We have to go to this wing to open a chest and find progression, which is a key.
Which
Like,
this is the only instance of this in this run.
Yeah, in this game to begin with, I don't think there's ever
Yeah, I
progression.
know. Yeah, I think you're right.
And while we're here, since there's 3 chests, we're gonna grab this left one, which has the more U materials, which is really useful. It's 10 U materials for free. And now we just buff Sarah's with her and a monster chest that has the progression is gone.
よし掴んだ
いいかやったね。や
向こうも激しいなああだが俺たちの使命を果たそう
We have Alyssa with us here by the way, but we're not actually gonna use Alyssa. We're just gonna Ezreal with her here, and we're gonna be done with it.
奇跡任せてちょうだい。
The reason we have Alyssa here is A, to recover her CP after this S break, and B, because she's the first character in the party selections, so she's just the fastest to grab. You don't have to actually menu to her.
Not that that really matters when we're doing our own timing, because we have an auto splitter that uses game time. For whatever reason, it doesn't
Because I'm
time
bad.
when you're in character select.
That's because I'm bad, dude. You don't need to remind me. If I was actually good, I would have fixed that.
厄介そう。気をつ
It
けた
actually
方
really
がいい
annoys
かも
me because I fixed it for CS1, which is the game I do not run, and now I cannot fix it for CS2.
奇跡任せなさい。私の番だね。行こっか。あ、
It's important that we have Marcius in at least one of the fights, one of these 2 fights before the door, so that he has CP for the Ortina
よし
fight that's coming up.
V だね。や
My guess is actually gonna be useful for once in this part, because we basically are constantly breaking with Sarah, which means that Sarah
よ
is
しクリア
not gonna have CP. Right now we're really
このまま
gonna force
突き進
with her strength elixirs to get her CP back, and we're not gonna do that again for Althina. So we do not have Sarah. So what that's gonna mean is that we
油断
have
する
to
俺の番だな
Ezreal with enough people to make up for Sarah, which does mean Ezrealing with Fee. And in order to then use the Embrace's Roar with Fee, what we're gonna do is that we're gonna accelerate her with Machias.
And as usual, when we don't have Sarah, place her with
よし
Millium.
掴んだよし
まあ
Despite even though we said it very matter-of-factly, can it still be a bit annoying because Althina can swear you. I think it's a number of turns, and then she has breaks.
Yeah.
I don't know how many exactly.
I've heard
Like-
it's 5, but I've had it gone off on her 6th or even 7th turn.
And she can spam turns very easily with.
Did you forget to put Chrono Break on him?
That's kind of bad, but I think it's salvageable.
It should be
I
something.
don't have the
Aside
P.
from-
I
yeah, he doesn't have
forgot
EP
something.
here. Oh no, it's probably a million. That happens sometimes. Million
No, I
sometimes
remember
gets
you.
EP1 for some reason.
I remember you making sure you put an EP1 on Rain.
Well, Brain doesn't have 400 CP.
Did you forget to put Megalith back on him? Or if Megalith got taken off him for some reason?
I have no idea right now, to be honest.
Yeah, that's the only thing that's coming to mind actually. Either that or the EP something.
任せて
But the thing is later said that you put in.
ありがとう
Worst case, we reload a save and try again.
It should
But
work
he's
out.
hoping we don't have to do that.
It should work out. People are buffed already. As long as Altina doesn't just decide to us right here for no reason, she really should.
ダメ
僕の番だな
任せて
So here you do the accelerate thing, and then Fee gets to turn again to actually do the roar. No, Altina doesn't have barrier, I think. So we're actually gonna be able to put in the Machias damage, so she did.
It could be I forgot Megalith, which is kind of problematic.
If you did forget Megalith, that's really bad, yeah. Despite does give out effects.
よし掴んだ
I mean, it's not terrible, yeah, it's bad.
やったわねやっ
Guess we can find out after this cutscene.
I mean, yeah, we're gonna stick words to equip get tag 1 action 3, right? Attack 3, action 3, right? So you
Yep.
don't even need to lose time to check.
We get an attack 3 and an action 3 at the beginning of Infernal Castle, and a second attack 3 and action 3 at the end.
This is the second part of finale. This first part was essentially just rescuing
The
Green's
Emperor.
dad and the Emperor and Green's dad. Machias' dad, Green's sister, and the Emperor. And now this happens, and we kind of have to solve this mess. Because having another castle in the capital is not really ideal.
And quite honestly, this could have been the final dungeon of the game. Probably should have been
But
the
it
final
doesn't.
dungeon of the game. But it isn't. Though I honestly don't have the hate for Reverie Corridor that some people do.
I like both dungeons at the end, I just didn't like them plot-wise, if that makes sense. Like when I was
Yeah,
playing
I'll
casually,
agree
it
with
was
that.
like the game really should be over right now. And now that I'm speedrunning, I think they are okay. They have good music too. I just, when I was playing casually, I really wish the game was over.
Is a Reverie Corridor really feels tacked on. Like they just put it there because they felt they needed a dungeon in that last little wrap-up scene. Now you might be thinking
Pardon?
why we chose Gaius and Elliot. It is a bit important.
Yeah, I had iron actually. Oh well.
Iron Ring. The CS1 memes are chasing us.
There we go.
Oh, man, I can't believe this.
Anyway, that party like Mega Slayer said is actually important. Gaius is pretty much the only other character who has damage right now because we actually got his. We increased his weapon rank, if you remember, on Act 1. And we haven't bought weapons for anyone else. So Gaius right now is the only character that actually has damage. And on top of Gaius, we also picked Elliot. Because at the end you basically have to do party in a way where you have the very last fight is split into two basically, and there's no menu between it. You just do one fight and then you immediately do the second one. And you have to split the party in a way that some people are on the first fight, some people are on the other one. And Elliot is bad enough that you don't want him on either party. So in order to do that, you have to grab him here. This is a very bad turn order, but
This is definitely really bad turn order. And I'm not taking the risk.
yeah, that's really bad. I just wanna iceberg straight up.
That cast basically kills you.
Yeah, that cast can't just immediately kill you.
Well, actually, I'll take this.
Or
行こっか
oh, did he live? Oh,
Yeah.
very nice.
私の番だねアーク
This place we're in, Inferno Castle, is really scary. Because A, most enemies have Deathblow, and Deathblow obviously yes, Deathblows you, you're dead. And B, most enemies all have casts, and casts are AoE, like very AoE, they're huge, and they just one-shot you because you are very underleveled. So enemy advantage, for example, so an ambush just immediately kills us, and you have to reload the other save. There's also a lot of small pathways we have to go through, so ambushes aren't all that weird, which is why you have to be very careful here, basically. This dungeon is the biggest dungeon by far. It has 3 floors, 4 floors, 3 floors. It's 4 floors technically. And every floor also has like 2 floors inside it, if that makes sense. It has 2 different rooms inside it. You also have to be hitting the switches, so it's also not like straightforward. You need to be going around. So it is pretty lengthy, all in all. This sword is really scary because you have to hit that switch which is at the end, and then you will have to dodge him again. And swords hitboxes are very weird. Like, I don't really want to say they are broken, but they kinda are. And swords also have just death blow on their basic attack. And I mean, it's not really AoE, but it is AoE, it's just really small, right? But ambushes put you close enough that you actually get 2 people death blown by a single basic attack. So it's one of the worst encounters you can possibly find. Or ambushes you can possibly find.
強そうね注意しないと
We're gonna grab this chest here. This is actually just completely for money. We do need a lot of money at the end of the run for every corridor. So we're just gonna most of these chests give you 500 bit of each, which is a lot of money. So we just grab them and be done.
気をつけて当たろう
This guy's also kind of scary. Tara can sometimes decide to just attack when she's at the fringe of that switch, and then you just get ambushed. That is very bad.
Sorry, I had to quickly run away for a second. What did I miss? I left when he was finishing up the menu at the Oddman.
It's no turbo, so you didn't miss anything. We're still going up to the wild.
So
ここは
第一層の終点みたいね。
Right, so enter the first fight, Diwali, also not Macaron, Blue Blanc. This fight is, in my opinion, the scariest one of the entire
of the
Castle.
Infernal, yeah. Blue Blanc here has the same problem that he did in the BB or Tina fight, in that he can just give you some bad status effects.
Diwali also has Priest by herself, and also this is the fight for which you are the least leveled, so you are very under leveled here. All of the castle fights give you like 4 levels each, maybe 5. So the very first fight is the one where you have the least amount of levels, and then Rin is very slow. And the strat for every single one of these fights is pretty much the same, where you just double buff with Rin, and then US Rake you get CP again, US Rake, rinse and repeat. But this means that Rin has to go first. So in this fight where Rin is very under-leveled, that happens, I don't want to say rarely, but it also doesn't happen often enough. And then Diwali, either Diwali or Blue Blanc can just attack you, and then you get frozen or Nightmare or whatever, and your strat is doomed.
You can mitigate the damage of this fight somewhat with an Overdrive with Rin. Assuming, you get a chance to, but you can't really do that in the later fights. Otherwise, you won't have enough Overdrive meter for the 1,000,002.
Fortunately, Shin didn't have any problems in the fight.
Yeah,
So
I had a
just-
very bad couple McBurn fights in a row, and I thought, you know what, I'll just Overdrive. That way I can get it the way I want it. And then when I got to the 1,000,002, I couldn't set the strat up, so I was set back like 5 minutes.
It works out as long as you don't overdrive beta. Which is honestly just an overdrive we do kind of for safety, because beta can also freeze you. And getting frozen in that fight is kind of really bad because
Oh yes,
the
also
balance is
we
extended
have
and you
officially
get one shot.
entered Trails of Holding Back.
I assume the entire holding back thing is just set now for 6-3.
Oh yeah.
It's still a bit too overblown.
I mean, as I've stated before, anyone who's watched my streams, so basically just Shin and Acrid, we're kids fighting adults who have like up to 3 decades of training. There's no way we were actually going to win.
You're seeing Shin take an encounter here. This one's like, he didn't mess up. You actually have to take, well, you don't have to, but you should take an encounter on every floor of Infernal Castle.
And
Just to
that
regain your
one
thinking
is
back.
pretty much impossible to dodge, so...
Then he just restores the EP that he used with Feet to actually recharge the CP. And we just go on our merry way to the second boss fight of this area, which is by far the least scary one, especially since we got feint resistance.
手強そうね。気を引き締めなさい。
I really don't like this part of Infernal Castle. Mostly because I find it hard to see the platforms. But I think that's just because of my visual impairment.
The platforms do have weird hitboxes, even if you can see them. Sometimes you just get stuck on the corner, even though it looks like you should be able to go inside or inside on top.
よし次に行こ う手強いぞ
任せてバイバイ
Look, all the games that are set up plot for the next one's coming out. Try to calm down, guys.
第2層を抜けたか
I mean, yeah. Judging sees 1 or 2 on their own is not really fair when it's half the story. And it's just a setup too, kinda. I mean, I haven't played CS3 or 4, but from what little I know from trailers, even though I've been trying to avoid them, it does look like CS1 and 2 were trying to set up 3 and 4. Anyway, this fight, Shinoa Leo, this is by far the least scary fight of Infernal Castle. There's pretty much no way they kill you. Especially since you have feint resistance, so it's not like Leo can... how is it called? Feint you? Like even if he punches you, worst that happens that you
when
get
you
both
fight
of
them
it.
the first time.
Yeah. Shino also just always summons the javelins first turn, so you just have to tank one of Leo's things.
Or dodge it because you're a boss.
Good character. Now you assist break and they die. The javelins paying out is also good because it gives you the triple kill EXP multiplier, which is honestly really good right now because we end up with Megalith for Althena, so we made the average short on XP.
V だね
You didn't have to use Reen,
やったか
つかめた
which means he's gonna have enough CP to be useful.
This next floor of Infernal Castle is kind of different, which is why eventually we're saying that Ring can actually be useful. Because even though the other floors were you just had to hit switches, right? The switches in this level are bosses actually, or mini bosses, and you ideally just S-break them, but you need to buff people. So not having to S-break with Fee or Rin means that you can actually just buff Fee with Rin and then immediately S-break with Fee, at least for the first one.
Yeah, I was just talking about for McBurn, because if you run really low on CP, getting up to McBurn.
Oh yeah, that too.
But yes, the switches in this are enemies called Liches, which, as you may have noticed, look a lot like Nosferatu.
俺の番だなさあ
So here you just buff and then you just S-break with Fee. This fight's gone. Especially with the crit. I mean, the crit doesn't really matter, it's just the refill.
クリア
よし
However, for the next fight, Fee will not have 200 CP,
やったか
so we have to get a bit creative to do it just as fast. And the way we're actually gonna do that is we're gonna throw Rin away for the first time in a very long time. Well, not
Just
a
gonna
very
throw
long,
him away. Just put him in the bin.
just away forever. Not out forever for one fight, but that's forever when you're Rin. And then we put Gaius in, and Gaius actually can do damage because we don't need his CP. These barriers are also scripted, by the way. They're
Yeah,
always.
it's no, you went to the right one.
left.
Yeah, it's always left, right, middle, middle. And there's also a handy dandy 15 new material chest.
The reason we're hoarding new materials right now is because since Rain is so underleveled, which is something we've talked about the entire run, our mech is really weak, and there's a very hard mech fight coming up, which is Ordin. So we have to kinda make up for how weak Green is with orbs. We're
Which we
basically
do.
gonna get the best possible orbs on
Yeah,
Valimar, all three.
We set him up with a HP Shuri, an attack Shuri, and an action Shuri. And we've already made the HP Shuri, so we just have to make the attack Shuri. Sorry, power Shuri and action Shuri, which costs us 30 U materials.
And if you can do math, and you know that every orb is 15, you end up counting to a total of 45 U materials used in the mech so far, plus the power 1 until we had to grab. So this is why we need so many U materials on the run.
And unfortunately, there are not enough from chests, so you have to get lucky. And I have gotten unlucky.
手強そうね。気を引き
It's
締め
not
なさ
fun.
い。
I have yet to get unlucky. Thankful.
This fight, you need to go in with an advantage.
危険度
Otherwise, it's not going
行
to
こ
be
っ
fun.
か。
You actually need to do stuff in this fight instead of just breaking.
任せて。
Namely, you have to Tempestuous Roar to actually get CP on fee, and then you have to buffer.
任せなさい。
So, if you don't have the advantage and the leech goes before you, bad things can happen really quickly.
I know nothing specific has been said about CS3 or 4 at the moment, but do please remember to not spoil anything from the games.
クリア。
まだまだこれ
また。
よしやったぞ
うん。つかめた。
91 is okay. You normally aim for 92 here, but it will have to work. This part of Infernal Castle actually has one extra room, in the sense that normally once you're done with this part, you will have one more and then it will be the boss, which in this case is McBurn. But you actually have to do this one, then another one, then another, because there's like an external corridor kind of thing.
McBurn is special, he gets an extra floor.
He's just that strong, man. He actually made an entire floor.
Yeah, he's that strong that they needed to put more enemies so you could grind. But we're gonna ignore all of those.
This is actually quite possibly the real reason.
It would make sense.
Unfortunately, all of these enemies, the carriages have aligned the flow for whatever reason. That's really annoying, casually at least. You just find them and then they just do death charge or death carriage,
Yeah.
I don't know how it's actually called, and you're just dead. Fun. And the other enemies, the small blobs, they just steal AP. Which is something I didn't know, and then I came up to McBurn and I didn't have enough EP to do my things, and I was like, wait, what just happened?
この事態。なんとかしないとね。
The stairs are the end, actually with McBurn. And McBurn is both are really consistent and
第
really
3
cool.
層の終点。
It's consistent when it works, if that makes sense.
長か
It
ったわね
consistently works and it consistently doesn't
なん
work.
だ
Essentially, you just want a very specific turn order, which you do get very often. Especially because at this point, Green is not that under-leveled. I mean, he's still under-leveled. He's just not as under-leveled as he was when he was up against Duvali. But when you don't get into an order, you just die. McBurn is really strong, as one can probably assume. However, Shane has guided Kiseki.
Shin gets a good turn order. He picked a good RNG at the start.
That's exactly it.
Yeah, the strat for McBurn is sort of a mix of everything we've done up until this point. We Chronoburst, Motivate, S-Break, and then we swap out Fee for Elisa to Chronoburst and build up CP with Blessed Arrow, and then S-Break again. And then once that's done, we swap Elisa back out for Fee, Chronoburst, Tempestuous Roar, S-Break, and we're done. It's a little bit of everything.
Swapping Fee out and then back in may seem a bit stupid, but since Fee's thing is an art, as long as you use it, you lose your turn. So that's not really optimal basically, because you will give McBurn a turn before putting Elisa in, and then you just die. McBurn can very easily kill you with one single turn. Yeah, the McBurn status is in this game. It's kind of a very strong burn. I don't know how much health it is. I think it's 50% of your health. Burst, roar, and then you just do another 3 S-breaks and he dies.
Let's be real, McBurn is Reen's one true pairing. They both have not human in them, so obviously they go together.
This makes sense to me. I ship it. And with that, the scary parts of this dungeon, Eternal Castle are gone.
Pretty much.
I mean, in the worst case scenario, you can still get Vita going first in the next fight and then get frozen, but that's very rare.
There's a little bit of scariness in 14-2, but it's very rare that 14-2 goes bad.
Yeah. As long as you're sufficiently leveled, which I believe Shin is, since he was 91 after the second stage, Ordean is very consistent. We're actually gonna grab some Serac capsule here on this Estera Ascension. It's only the second Seram thing we grab, because you know this game really doesn't like giving you Seram capsules or powders.
I think even in max AP, in the max AP route, I only get one additional Zerum capsule on top of what we get in this.
Yeah, the game just really doesn't like giving it to you, dude. But yeah, this one's really useful. Like really useful actually. It makes, like I said, the very last fight is weird in the sense that it's 2 fights and you have to choose a party. And it allows us to actually complete that fight when we get the bad party. These fights can be a bit scary. You wanna take one still to actually regain your CP.
I
the
usually
big guy has Deathbringer, which is death blow, and the small guys have an AoE cast.
Yeah, I usually just grab the very first floating obelisk guy thing to charge. Also, the switches in Infernal Castle are very inconsistent on what they let you fast forward through.
Oh, this is true actually, I didn't talk about this. You can fast forward through some with switches, and Then other switches are like, no, this is not
Like-
actually a cutscene. You cannot fast forward this.
Yeah, the lich switches, you can't fast forward through them for some reason.
That's the final. I said, yeah, final menu pretty much, right?
Uh,
Not really.
Kosu, if that's how you pronounce your name, no, this was just a straight normal run, not New Game Plus.
It is definitely the last Mech menu though. We make this power orb and speed orb and we just equip it into Valimar. And now we have the best equips possible on our Mech, so we kinda hope that makes up for Rin. And then we just go into fight.
And this is the other yes-no where yes is at the bottom.
This is the very first choice and the very last one, dude. For some reason.
That's the second
consistent.
choice.
This is the second one?
Yeah, there's one before the one at the windmill. I can't remember what it
Oh,
is.
Yeah,
I think it's
going
leaving
to
Immir.
Valley choice, yeah. Yeah, you're right. So this fight, as long as Beta doesn't go first, which she didn't, is very consistent. You just overdrive with Fee and then you just do the usual lunge.
And you do want to overdrive with Fee and not Reen, so that Fee gets 2 turns.
任せて
Or gets a
You want Fee to have the last turn, pretty much, because that
Basically.
way you can
it
just...
lets you
Yeah, it lets you
it
finish up the art.
That's something we haven't really spoke about, at least not to my knowledge. You can cancel overdrives by
私の
just
番だね
swapping who the person is linked to,
行こっか行くよ
but it won't finish their turn.
Is he actually gonna hit the other
油
kill?
断してみて
He should,
ね
right? He got a crit
Wow.
somewhere, so I thought he might not, but I think
I very rarely get the double kill.
つかめたいい
And now we have Ordean 2, which is split up into 2 phases. Sort of. Once you get him to around, what is it, 70% of his HP?
yeah, something like that.
Both sides get a full heal and go into their Super Saiyan modes. But the trick to this fight is keeping track of how many times Crow gets a break off on you. Because every time he gets 3 breaks on you, his next break will be a deadly cross. And if you have less than, I want to say 60,000 HP?
No, it's way more than 60. It's probably like
Okay.
95.
Alright, well we'll just go with if you have less than 95k HP, it will kill you.
This fight is also scripted, by the way. Ordean also always has the same moves.
Pretty much, yeah.
So
About the only
even
part of this
though-
fight that isn't scripted is getting bravery points.
technically, his weak point varies depending on what line he says. If he taunts you to attack, it's one part, and if he just runs, it's another one. But
Yeah,
since the
if-
fight is scripted, you can just memorize it.
Yeah, if he grunts, it's his body, and if he says something like, "Can you handle this?" it's his head.
Which, by the way, is the complete opposite. This one.
I haven't been
Is that
keeping
one
track.
break?
You've been getting lucky on your breaks. The last run I did, I got none. It was a terrible Ordine fight.
This is looking good though. With 5 bravery points, you should be able to get the double buff. Unite.
And
Whenever
when
he
he...
has this stance, you really want a Morning Moon.
Yeah.
Because that way he always gets 2 turns in your Morning Moon. And this stance also does. It's bad to
It
hit
does
to
the
begin
most
with
damage
because it has,
outside
like,
of Deadly Cross.
Pretty much. That's a lot of damage and it has no good points to beat it.
You can cancel it, of course, with a Heavenly Strike or the other one, but Morning Moon is better.
Unfortunate. You get one more chance before you have to actually stack the seals. Nice. Or are you? Oh, okay.
It's probably just gonna Heavenly Slash it.
Yeah, I guess. I guess you do get more damage if you're just doing Morning anyway. You just also happen to be have stacking these seals.
いいわね任せちゃ
Also, Laura's attack does like no damage to Ordine, so it's just not worth it even if Ordine's on low HP.
Laura has just 2 breaks. Laura has very poor ATS to begin with, and also Ordine is strong to water, which is what Laura's attack is. You rarely get it. That's really.
Yeah, so the
So
next
the next
one,
one is
which
Deadly Cross,
shouldn't happen, would be
yeah.
Deadly.
He should die here. Oh. Oh, just really hope he dies here because we're kind of morning.
Yeah, dead.
お疲れ
Oh, with that, Origin is gone. Definitely going.
I honestly really like the strat for the Vermilion one. It's rather simple, but I just like the way that we constantly get Reen up to 100 or more CP.
So anyway, Vermilion 1, like I've been saying last fight, and it has the party thing where Vermilion has 2 phases, and with Falcon it was you have to fight with the entirety of class 7, right? But your party can only hold up to 6 members. So you fight the first part with one party, and then you fight the second part with another party. And the only character that repeats every time is Reen. So we're pretty much forced to just put Tauros on Reen, because Tauros is our main source of damage, so we need it for both parts. So even though Reen pretty much does no damage, it has to have Tauros on it. And then we're gonna set up this party in a way that allows us to have the good party for the second phase, while the first phase is kind of the bad party, the burner one, because we're just gonna immediately not one-shot, but like 3-shot this phase between Tauros by using
Good, he didn't get a shield off.
It's the only time where we actually use Spirit Unification.
This fight can go well like this, except for all the counters, that's bad. Or it can go not well, where Vermilion will get a shield off, and then he's just wasting our time.
任せて
Fortunately, we didn't get any of those crits, but oh well.
You can't
I don't
really
think it
waste
matters
much
at all.
here because you just, if you waste a turn, you waste Radiance Spirit Unification turn. So the crits here happen or don't, you can't really set up for them.
Yeah. So the strat for this is Spirit Unification, S-Break with Wareen, get him back up to 100 with either Chrono Burst, Temptress, Raw Fee, or use that Zerum capsule we picked up earlier to get him up to 200, and then S-Break again.
Spirit Unification actually brings Rain up to a good level of damage, even though he's still very weak, but this damage should be. Because on top of the buffs, it also gives him a leash, which makes his S-Break essentially the best S-Break in the game. Well, I actually think Beta's S-Break is still better, but that's pretty much it.
行くわよ
Right now we're doing something very similar with Elisa that we did with Fee in the Vita Crow fight, where we're setting it up, where we are using Overdrive to set it up so that it will be Elisa's turn, so that we can constantly Chrono Burst and heal everyone's CP.
This strat is fairly new. By fairly I mean that it's like a couple months old. We used to have to charge Alisa, but we found out that since Green pretty much always goes first, because of how fast Alisa is fast. After all of the levels, he's getting on even faster. You can just motivate with him first, and then you basically screw Kunkuaners. And even though it's very tight, you have just enough EP to fit in enough S-breaks, assuming you actually do use Heavenly Gift first and you don't mess up like I usually do.
Yeah. If you do everything right, this boss should take 8 S-crafts. Might take 9 if you get a low damage roll.
任せてちょうだい
ありがとう
さありがとう私の番ね
ありがとう
さあありがとう
And with this blast arrow, you have more than enough to just kill Vermilion. Now it's time for the easiest mech fight, at least in my opinion. Where you, on top of Green, you also get Crow, who's actually a decent level. And this fight is also scripted.
Yep, as I stated much earlier, this fight is basically just attack the body, then attack the head, then attack the arms. Rinse and repeat.
Pretty much.
And throw out Crow's saber toss or saber throw, whatever it's called, whenever you can.
Yeah, I know it's actually called Blade Throw, I think, maybe? I'm not sure. It lowers defense, so it's actually good to throw out. Even if for some reason defense debuffs don't actually affect your unite attacks, so it's actually just for whenever you punch him with like
It's also just
slash or a normal one.
it's also just extra damage as well.
Yeah, it's a guaranteed and balanced. As well.
Blade throw, there it is. Missing out on the music, so I don't hear double voices.
congratulations on finishing the game. No,
But no, you haven't.
this is probably where the game should end, but there's still two different dungeons to go through. Big Bible thumb moment. So coming up next, we have Crossbow. I can't really talk much about the lore of Crossbow because I haven't actually played it myself.
Nor I.
But essentially, we're a Lloyd who you may or may not know. You know, A playing
If you-
Crossbow, B watching B run Crossbow or do Wolf. And it's both a really cool part and a really annoying part at the same time.
Has
It's
good
really
music
cool.
too.
Yeah. It's really cool because it's very different. It's really annoying because it's very different, pretty much. If in order to get good at the crossbow part, you have to practice the crossbow part. It's not just, I know fundamentals, so I know what I have to do. It's Lloyd and Rixia play very differently from anyone else. And also, just the dungeon layout is very different from pretty much any other layout. The very first thing we're gonna do is that we're gonna change the core setup completely. We're gonna make Lloyd basically a magical caster, where Rixia is the physical damage one. And then we also put them to the back because it makes enemies waste turns. Enemies in this area are still really strong for whatever reason. Like, there are enemies that just can pretty much one-shot you with a cast, whatever reason, even though you're very obviously not under-leveled, because this is when you first get these characters. Something worth noting is that Lloyd has pretty much infinite CP, because he currently has a Force, Master Force level 4, which gives him, I think it's like 12 CP per turn.
And he also has a true gladiator belt on right now.
Yeah. Which also gives him like, how much is it? 4, 6 CP per turn?
I think it's 6. I
Yeah,
want to say
something
6.
So we're just gonna S-break every fight pretty much with Lloyd. We do wanna keep Rixia's CP for as long as we can though, because Rixia does a ton of damage when she wants to.
Yeah.
She just can't really do it often.
I swear, this bit right here was probably the hardest bit of divestments for me to learn. Just turning left twice.
The entire dungeon is just very confusing.
ちょっときついですね。
Shoto, it was a great idea.
It was great until you actually have to do it.
Yeah, it's great until I have to keep track. Then it's terrible.
Okay, now you're just asking for a band buster.
But you can't.
Which is better to be a field leader. Hey man, I disagree with this. I'm the only person who uses Lloyd.
I use Risha on the field because she is.
ダクトか
She has a better chance of stunning the enemies.
Yeah, I guess. Her attack is also longer range. It's just. It feels like her attack takes too long for me. So I just use Lloyd. Even though Lloyd's attack is very short range.
おっと宝箱だ
What was the point of this section? Probably just making sure that you know that they still exist.
There are some points to this section, but they probably could have done without it.
Yeah. The game, I mean, I don't know if it should have ended on Infernal Castle, but it definitely feels a better endpoint than anything else in the game.
I mean, it shows that Reen doesn't know what the hell he's supposed to do after finding out about Osborne being his old man. And it
Yeah,
also...
that felt like that was just been a cutscene, pretty much. Like you do Infernal Castle, and there's like an epilogue cutscene.
And it also shows us that that Lloyd and Co are still trying to protect Crossbell.
Anyway, this dungeon is actually kinda long. But it is kind of also formulaic. You just have to go around hitting switches. There's only like one switch you don't want to hit that's in your way.
覚悟
And then you can actually skip progression.
今です
And once again a fight, so we just S-through with Lloyd whenever we can and they die.
よしよしあ
Actually, I know Shin doesn't like S-breaking this one, so I don't know who will. But if you S-break, you just die and you still get enough CP.
I don't really blame him for not S-breaking in this one, because sometimes you just end up not having enough
Okay, also,
CP
you got the
to...
double petrify, so like, doesn't matter. Yeah.
Sometimes when you S-craft in here, you just don't end up with enough CP to Burning Heart in the next fight.
Just rare, but yeah, I guess it does happen sometimes. So far, chest-wise, we've collected every chest that we're gonna grab on this dungeon, but actually. There's also a very strong chest in this room that has a delay gem. And the boss in this area has 100% weakness delay, so that's a very strong chest that we don't actually need. So we've grabbed every chest that we're actually gonna grab, which are the weapon for Riksha and also an emergency puppet for Lloyd. Which is
I'm
an item that
not
once you
sure.
die, just revives you with full health, full mana, full craft points.
See, Shin might pick up the coat, but I'm not sure.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
more of
I
it's more
guess
of
you
just a
can,
bit of
right?
safety.
yeah. I guess it's a marathon setting, so it will look nice.
I still grab it mostly just out of habit.
I mean, you're right there to dodge the guy anyway, so I guess it's too big for Tamos. That's a really good RNG to get. 2 stance and 135.
俺の番だな。あ
This big squid is actually really tanky, by the way. You're gonna see that he does a flare bomb here, and now he does an S-break. And this squid has a very high chance of 11, like there.
Like he did. But should he manage to survive, it's just
行くぞ。
hit him with arts or auto attack him to death. Whatever floats your boat, really.
It's honestly maybe good, because it allows you to get more Rick's SCP. Which Shin was kinda lacking there because he used True Fall in Munchwas instead of just doing arts.
Elevator.
ああ、なんとかロ
But
ックを
here,
解除しよ
you just have to unlock the elevator by pressing 2 switches. And then you're actually done with the dungeon, you can go to the boss.
Says you, News V. I will be playing CS3 without playing AO and 0. However, I'm read up enough to not be lost.
I will not be playing CS3 with 1000 because it will not come out on PC, so I will just not play it. Feels bad, man.
Also, my reason for not playing AO and 0 isn't that I'm waiting for the fan translation to be complete, it's that I'm just too lazy.
Yeah, this upcoming elevator is really weird in
Kiyotsukete
terms of how the game works. Like, Y position doesn't actually exist in this game, if that makes sense. You're just stuck to the ground.
The answer to that, airbot, or aerobot, is no, we didn't learn. Yeah, but Shadowheim, you don't have to play a lot of those video games. You just have to make sure people are there to play them.
Important distinction.
さすがに狭いな。
Berseria was a great game. I really enjoyed it.
Hey, you have the Berseria world record holder right now doing a
We
run.
do, but I was thinking of picking up Berseria, but I don't know.
Doesn't Shin himself have notes for that?
He does, and they're on speedrun.com. Yeah, I got no reason.
You like Systeria more? Well, aren't you lucky? Because it just so happens that Shin also has the Systeria world
エレ
record.
ベーターに戻りましょう
I don't think Zestiria is as bad as people make it out to be. I just think it could have been better.
I haven't played Systeria, I only actually played Berseria. But I do
Yes.
plan to play Systeria eventually.
But let's leave the conversation of which is better to a Tales of Marathon and not a Trails Marathon.
Because we're actually approaching the boss finally. After this elevator, which, like we said earlier, sometimes glitches out. I don't know if we'll actually see it, doesn't seem like it. Y position doesn't exist in this game, so elevators sometimes don't like you and you just start bouncing around them. And now you just buy a Curia and a Forte. The Curia is for safety, the Forte is actually really important to our strat.
I don't think I've ever used the Curia.
Yeah, it's just the case. Rain is mean to you and Gale, so
Like, even when things go bad, I don't use the Curia because usually things have already gone too bad.
yeah, pretty much. Now you just go in.
ロイドさんその先が
ああ集中端末室のはずだ
Oh, I'm gonna assume that you did equip the belt.
Yeah, I saw him
Essentially
swap.
this fight where Rixia starts deciding to put in damage, or we decide to put in damage with Rixia rather.
Yeah, this is where she
Just like
really
we
pulls
said.
her weight.
Rixia doesn't have nearly as much CP as Lois, so we had to be a little more conservative. Like what Rixia does have is a master course called Murakumo,
俺の番
which
だな
makes her crits do way more damage than 1.5. And she also has a skill called
Yes.
Moonlight Butterflies, which gives her stealth. And if you
This
recall all the way back to Q3, a stealth guarantees you a crit.
This fight
So-
looks really good if you do it right.
Rix is essentially just going to hit for 100k 2 times. People are gonna die.
行くぞ
So I'm gonna take that back. This fight looks really good if it goes right, not if you do it right.
Yes, for her, you hope the Althena doesn't just milk you.
俺の番だなあ
And you fort her again, and this fight is kind of over.
Yeah.
覚悟
You actually just straight up want Lloyd to die here because we equipped that how's it called? The emergency puppet. And if Lloyd dies, he gets 200 CP, so that's more useful than anything he can do right now.
Personally, I prefer it if he dies after you overdrive, but that's just me. I usually come to this fight with Lloyd having enough CP to get an S break at the end of the overdrive.
崩した行こう
私の番ですね
You stealth Brick second here, and after that she's gonna S-break again and kill everything. Because Rix is strong apparently. Very strong. Lloyd will hopefully die here.
He should. He's gonna take massive damage because Burning Heart made him faint.
行くぞ
And important, get rid of that barrier on Altina.
私の番
I've screwed this fight up a fair few times by just S-crafting without looking if Altina had a barrier or not.
よしあ
You should be okay CP wise with the S-break too.
今だ
Like if you just punch on this week, Rook's just gonna get dehydrated.
覚悟
Yeah. I would have just test braked with Lloyd there instead of
Yeah.
flare bombing.
ミッション失敗
See?
理解不能
Shin probably knows better now, so
まだまだ修行不足か
more barriers for Lloyd to get over. Get over the warrior.
I gotta
And
say
with
this. No, go on.
Go ahead. No, you do.
I was just gonna say this cutscene here with Rishio and Lloyd running on Turbo is just hilarious because they just run forever.
Did you know on the very first patch of this game, 1.0, that section wasn't long enough actually, and sometimes you just go to the end and they stop running. But anyway, with that we're done with Crosswell, and it's time to get to everyone's favorite part of the game, also known as Epilogue. Also known as a place that has a dungeon that is kind of just a roguelike, it just builds up by itself. Like, it's completely random, which yet it also has a glitch where it sometimes builds in a way that you cannot complete it, even though that's very rare.
I don't think I've ever seen that.
I have, and she has to. It's just the elevator builds up on in the middle of the area pretty much, and there's no path to it, and you just have to restart the set.
Also, Reen is mistreating Claire. Reen's having a bit of a hissy fit, and is getting really emotional about Osborne being his father, and is blaming Claire for not telling him.
Justified, to be honest.
I don't know if Claire knew or not. I don't think she did. So Epilogue is pretty easy up in, well, even in the Reverie corridor, it's still pretty easy. But basically what we're doing here is we got a couple talk to peoples, in this case Valimar and Tovor, and then we just cutscenes until the next day where we get some missions. This walk is also kind of funny on Turbo, because they go a lot further than they do.
I wonder if you can just get to the very end. Actually, if you just let them walk forever.
I haven't tried that. I'll have to give that a try.
It just occurred to me. Anyway, we just go straight to bed. Rian once again doesn't like talking with anyone.
He's very
kinda nice.
antisocial. He just wants to listen to Misty, but Misty's not there anymore.
And we actually get to the quest again.
And fortunately, we don't have to do angler management.
You do have to do it on Mech IP.
We do.
It's
Yeah.
terrible.
The best I've got is third try fish, and I'm scared to go up against that split.
This race is actually... It's hard to win, but it's also... not that
It's
bad.
easy to win as long
It
as you
also
cut
doesn't
across.
matter. Yeah. It also just doesn't matter
But-
if you win or not, so...
Yeah. But Angelica has a very strong advantage on you, what with having a better bike. Just a straight up faster bike than you.
Cheating in my opinion. She's a splice in the race.
Just gotta use our sweet Chrono Trigger skills and stay in front of her so she can't get in front of us.
Anyway, that's the race. We only have one quest left, which is just a bunch of fights that we immediately blow through. At least we get to see Sniper Grandma.
So Patrick has decided that even though we beat all the nobles in Chapter 2, Act 4, that the score isn't settled, and we're settling it now.
So we just settle it real quick with one buff, 2 S breaks, and bye bye Patrick. We have to do the same thing another time. And then
Yep,
we just...
the next fight is the exact same. However, it can potentially get a bit of bad luck with the maid because she has the ability to freeze you.
Oh,
It's rare, but it does happen.
I don't think I've ever had that happen, but that does sound like it sucks.
It's pretty rare. For these epic drops.
Very useful.
And now these two come along and it's like, alright, you're gonna fight us now. Because reasons.
And now we just suicide because the Sniper Grandma is too strong, man. I say as she proceeds to miss 2 different people.
At least we didn't get any counterattacks.
We did get Alisa reviving Elliot though.
任せてちょうだい。ごめんみんな。
Hopefully he actually dies this time around.
そんな。
There we go. Down they go. And Sniper Grandma is kind enough to give us a full heal.
And now we're actually going to the final dungeon, which, like I said, builds in a roguelike-ish manner. It's different every time.
Each floor is random. Sometimes you get lucky and the exit to the next floor is quite literally right next to where you started. Other times it's all the way across on the other side of the world.
It's 12 floors in total, well 16, but 4 of them are boss
Bosses.
floors. So the RNG does end up kind of averaging out. But you still
And-
need a lot of practice to kind of tell where the exit is pretty much, because even though they are random, they also kind of... Once you've seen enough of them, you know what kind of layout you've got them pretty much.
And also
So-
the boss floors only have bosses on them.
So once you've seen enough floors, you actually just kind of can't tell what the optimal path to the exit is, even if you haven't actually seen the same floor because it's random.
And Sharon's here, because reasons.
Everyone's here. This is like a Smash game.
Right. Fun
This part
fact.
is actually really important.
Yeah,
Every single
but
member.
well, not every single member. Lore is not important,
Can't believe
you-
you actually picked Laura.
but you need to pick outside of Marine. You need to pick 3 members of class 7, otherwise it doesn't let you go up.
So right now we have Green, Fee, Alyssa, and Laura. The adults just don't count, neither do Elise and Alphen. Right now he's just setting up his boards. Essentially, Fee's role gets and Green's role too gets transferred to Claire, where she's gonna be both the one buffing us and the one recovering CP for us. And then we also have Sharon, who is essentially just better Alyssa. She's gonna be recovering even more CP for us. And then we have the damage, which are gonna be Sarah and Fee, but Fee is technically just Rixia. We're about to buy an item that turns into Rixia. $193k should be more than enough.
More than enough.
私の番ですね
Each mirror costs 200k.
And now we actually have Rixia in our party. And Rixia just like in
お任せくだ
well,
さ
it's
い
actually she's stronger than Nivertisman. Because in Nivertisman she has Murakumo level 4, now she has Murakumo level 5. And she also has an accessory called the Ice Crown, which is a new in plus on accessory that gives you 50% crit chance just for free. And it also gives you 10 CP per turn.
Yeah, it's just a way better gladiator's belt.
These layers are being kinda nice.
We're getting some good ones now. In my experience, the layers don't get bad until like the last 3,
まだ先は続きそう
and
で
then they
す
just
ね
throw enemies in your face.
I mean, as long as you don't get the warrior floor too far into, so you don't get the seals, they just completely block the entire pathway.
Ah, 一区切りみたいですね
Right, for these bosses, the start is always the same. You essentially just want to just break them pretty much. You're going to double buff with
私の番ですね
there. Then you S break. You kinda hope for a Rixia crate because if you crit Rixia, you just keep on S break. If you don't get it, doesn't matter. You just recover.
私の番ですね
Also, fun fact since we're saying Immir in chat. Rita's actually by far the strongest mirror because her S break covers everything. It has 500% nightmare and it's 5 S break. But it's a magic S break, so we can't really use that basically because she doesn't get buffed.
ありがと
So
うござ
we're
いま
just
す
using Rixia, who's also really strong with
私の
self
番
and
です
crits.
ありがとうご
We
ざい
used
ま
to use
す
Crow, but then we found out that Rix is just a straight up better in every way.
Ooh, will we make it to 300 buns before the end? I doubt it.
Ambitious. What number are we at right now?
At 282.
Yeah, very ambitious. I don't think Sharon never says ban, does she?
I don't know. I've never played on
I
chat.
play in English, yeah.
She does.
She does?
Yeah, she just said in this fight.
さあ行きましょう
We do get in random encounters, Finlo. We get in random encounters so that Claire can get us back up to 100 CP for the boss fights.
Yes, it's rushed.
降りかかる 行きます。行きます。
You heard my phone.
私の番ですね。撤退成功。聖域を離脱します。
Oh, that's another one. I mean, this line is by far the longest escape line, by the way. It just lasts forever.
In Jap, anyway.
Yeah.
In English, she has one of the quickest escape lines.
強敵ですね。注意してください。まだまだ先はありそうです。
Rapidly switching characters, it stops us from moving.
It's a worthy sacrifice to make.
一息つけそうですわね。
But screw it, not here, that's for sure.
はい。
This man is actually really bad, by the way. He can sleep you.
Yeah, this is the worst of the cryptid fights.
He didn't sleep us. That's very good.
私の番ですね。
So you just do the usual
私の番ですね。
buff yourself up and do a sense break. We actually got a
ええ、
rickshaw to let's be stealth, so that's a guaranteed.
お任せくださ
So that's pretty good.
The really annoying thing about this boss is when it sleeps you, for some reason it decides to sleep you another 5 times in a row.
い。私の番ですわ。
It makes no sense.
あ
It
りが
just
とうございます。ありがとうご
it
ざいま
sleeps
す。
you for, well, it's probably because Rix is still awake. But since Ice Crown, which is the accessory she has on, which is the new A plus accessory, prevents every single status effect too. But he has this like a sleep 4 times in a row, and you're just wasting turns. because you can't really do anything.
うん。いい。
Oh, we just jumped up 5 barns, and we got another 3 bosses.
Sa, 行きましょう。
I start hard carrying those ones.
あ、良さそうな宝箱です。
This is one of the worst layers you can get, where it's just really far. At least it doesn't have ladders on it, because ladders just make it seem like the instance in one place, but it's actually another one.
降りかかる。行きます。ええ。行きます。私の番ですね。あ。私の番ですわ。それでは失礼いたします。
Lethal by lethal, we're approaching. But yeah, this is the water floor, as I like to call it. Like you can see, most enemies here are just very big, and they can completely cover the pathway. Which is what you kind of want this floor to be one of the first two, rather than one of the last two, because the enemies are smaller.
まだ先があるみたい
But
ね。
there's so much you can do about it when the dungeon is just generated randomly.
Each set of 4 floors is split up into one of the elements of fire, earth, water, and wind, but it's also random in which order.
Like these tiers are okay, but this kind of turtles and those seals that are circuits are just look at this guy. That's huge. Absolute unit.
Gigantic.
一区切りね。私の番ですね。私の番ですね。
Well, we get one right off the bat.
行きます。
And another.
Oof. 3 in a row was too much to ask for.
私の番ですわ。私の番ですわ。ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。お任せください。ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。
Nope.
How many bans do we have?
Y'all mind if I hop in here real quick?
やった。
How many bans?
There's two more
We
bosses.
have 293 bonds.
Yeah.
How many bosses do we have left?
There's
Loan,
two
I
more
think one
bosses.
more cryptid.
Okay.
Yeah. It'll probably
as
happen.
long as we average
Sharon
3.5
Sharon has a
BPF,
lot of turns on
we'll
lower.
be good.
It'll probably
It
happen.
should be okay then.
Sharon,
I mean, yeah.
Sharon has a lot of turns on lower.
Oh,
Pero
okay,
also has like 2
nice.
turns. So that, I mean,
Also
yeah. Yeah, she does.
さあ。
Pero
行くと
also
しよう
has
か。
like 2 turns. So that also
良
should
さ
count.
そうな宝箱です
The
ね。
important things.
No, this is just a ban counter
The
marathon now.
important
The
things.
entire marathon. No, this is just a ban counter marathon now. The entire marathon is an excuse to count bans.
I don't know if we should be measuring buns per second now, Yutai. We've got 300 and we've been going for like 47 hours.
行きます。私の番ですね。
Bumper getting graphic afterwards.
私の番ですね。さようなら。
Oh, there's another one. Unexpected too. Alright, so this is the last random floor.
難敵です。
After this is just the boss, the cryptid, rather,
And then another boss right after that.
which is Loa.
さようなら。宝箱か。どうやら一区切りね。行きます。ええ。ええ。はい。はい。
It's a good spread. Didn't kill. Did you get like really Sarah like that and another one with Rixa? They can just go
I
on.
don't think we got any buns in that fight.
Yeah, we didn't get Sharon. So. Like choke,
Don't choke here.
299 99 coming in.
Shinoa, I beg of you, now is the time to forge your legacy. Create the bond that will shape the future.
We just have to pray very hard for Law.
Nope, there's one.
Does that one really count though when it is an impartial?
Oh, it's up to the counter if that one counts. So, Shotoheim, I assume you're on the timer? Timer for this ends when the boss dies.
That's when the fight ends pretty much after the fade out.
I thought we ended it when he collapses.
Doesn't really matter. The auto splitter ends when the screen fades, right? And then everyone uses the auto splitter, so it's pretty much just de facto when it fades.
Now we have white lower.
So this fight is essentially just
Thanks.
once again spam ice breaks, except this time it's with a completely different party. We're gonna overdrive here, straight up, in order to A, buff ourselves, and B, get us enough.
I think I heard a bun in there.
That's not a ban. That's not a ban here, we're choking. And another stab, we just oh, that's one.
One last push, we're at 299! Come on, Sharon!
Yes, no shit. One more. Oof. She's choking.
Yeah! 300 buns!
Oh, she's done it.
We've reached the Holy Grail!
We did it!
Hype.
What will we do in celebration of this? I have no idea.
Validated. You know, I think this.
Didn't hear it, I think it was just people making it up. Hey, we heard it. Now we found 100 chat members.
Arise, O Shinoa, and become the foundation of the bond.
A random shuttle appears.
Alright, so that should be a kill. And time comes up soonish. Either when low actually touches round or when the screen fades, whichever one to do.
And we end with a. I think it was a 5:35:10, but the time is still going.
That's pretty good. I don't know if
What's
Shane
the-
was actually timing it
What's the
on,
time?
in-game time.
On the stream, it's got 5:35:18, but it went
Well,
for like
were you actually
8
timing?
seconds.
Yeah, that's a new world record.
RTA.
Apologies,
What are you
time
actually
was 5:35:10. I just split it late.
Yeah, it's below 5:38 for sure.
Cold Steel speedrun. Let's see.
Yeah, the no turbo one doesn't have in-game time or like loadless.
Alright, so that's normal, not easy.
Whoops, I did not mean to click that. Misclick.
Yeah, your time without loads for normal no turbo was 5:58:22. Sorry, I misread. Time with loads, not without.
Marathon World Record. Welcome
Oh,
to the
why doesn't it
world
play?
of Shinoa.
Wait,
Interesting.
sorry,
Yeah,
I'm
what
reading the.
Windows said.
Sorry, no, that's me. I'm being dumb. I read Cold Steel, not Cold Steel 2.
Apparently, this is broken.
Yeah, it's not broken. The game just doesn't play any movies if you have the skip all movies thing. It tries to play the immediately skips it.
Oh, I see. No problem. We can fix this if you wanna watch it.
Go ahead.
I actually never knew about this. That's kind of funny.
Enable
I thought-
videos.
I thought it
Hey,
only skipped
It's
the
hard,
ones.
Isajoy.
Okay, now we can watch it.
There we go.
Those were all the people that didn't do the voices we heard.
They didn't do the bonds.
We managed to reach the 300 barrier. Quite impressive.
So would this be a good time to do our thank yous and shout outs and whatnot?
Yeah, probably.
Yep. As the runner, would you like to go first?
Yeah, I wanna get some sleep, but alright. Thanks for organizing
6
this
a.m.
event,
finish.
even though my schedule run is in a bad spot, but it's fine, I guess. But yeah,
We'll see,
it
bro.
was
Bye.
fun as usual. Also, thanks Acrid and Mega Slayer with the commentary, since I was a zombie at the end already.
Yeah, I
Still
noticed you
am.
muted yourself.
Yeah,
You didn't actually fall asleep like you thought
I
you would.
was about to actually fall asleep, but yeah.
Oh, thanks for having us, and also thanks to Shadowheim for hosting this, and everyone for watching it. I hope we've garnered some more interest to the Trails series.
Pretty much. Thanks to Sturheim and to everyone watching, I guess.
Also,
And
thanks
if-
for chat for requesting Japanese voices. That's what I like to hear.
Oh no. Oh no.
and
Why don't you
if
just run in English and then you just lose 3 seconds in prologue every time you listen?
This is why we don't run in English, Kipo.
No,
I
it's
thought the
why
reason
we
you
run
didn't
in
run on English was because you got annoyed with all the chest lines. But if we don't have anything else to say, I think we can hand it back over to Shuttle.
Yeah. You let the grace play out? Understandable.
Since the credits are playing out, I would just like to say check out Acrid Stingray 3 and The End Zero, both fantastic runners. And I guess if you got time, look at me. I don't care.
He's the only active max AP runner, so it's like exclusive content you will not get anywhere else.